doing a presentation on Tourette's for a few reasons. And actually, let's get right into the screen because we made the screen. Might as well just put it up there. Ta-da! So here we go. Blue. Fancy Haven. Hi, welcome in.
Hello.
We are doing kind of a job of doing a Tourette's podcast for today. It is blue, like it's blue on me. Like we have lights on to kind of wash out the blue.
Uh-oh.
But so for those of you who might not know or didn't care and then totally forgot and now I'm bringing it up again, you're like, oh, wait a second, when did that happen? I am just about to wrap up my master's here, and possibly as early as Monday. Monday is my oral exam to defend my thesis.
You have to defend your thesis?
Technically, yes.
That sounds gross.
Well, I mean, you write a paper and then you have to argue against it, or people are going to ask me questions about it and be like, "You wrote a great paper. Can you back that?" And be like, "I have like 6 pages of citations."
Ew, I'm never getting my master's degree.
Anyway, if the cause is important enough, you'll do the work to get there.
Sounds gross.
Yep. There's also the fact of, had I known everything involved in the process at day one, I don't know if I ever would have started. That's actually both my weakness and my strength in life. Anyways, I'm wrapping up my master's in the mental health field. I've already been doing an internship since the beginning of January.
He sucks.
I'm wrapping up at the end of next week, and then I've already been hired on starting end of August, very beginning of September, and I'll be able to make money and I'll be a career man. The reason I bring all of this up is talking about Tourette's. I happen to have a certain amount of information about this because I've been researching it since the fall. And the reason I've been researching it since the fall is...
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. Is because this lovely lady here went and got herself some Tourette's. No, it's actually a long story, and the narrative of what she's experienced, I think a lot of people, anytime they've had like a hard to pin down diagnosis, is a challenging experience to go through. And both her experience of trying to work with the medical field and then our experience of just learning what the disease was and being like, oh, is this a thing that's going to come and go? And then realizing that
I wish it would just disappear. And
realizing that it wasn't going to go away. And then just that process of acceptance of like working through and being like, okay, this is what it is and this is here to stay, and how are we going to manage that, and things like that, like getting used to all that kind of stuff. During all that process, of course, I killed him. Of course, given where my resources were and what I was going to school for, like this was just the next spot to redirect my energy. So I've spent a lot of time researching, listening to podcasts, learning as much as I can about what this disease is, because as the support role, that's what I can do, and this is my wheelhouse. So I learned a lot of the information to present in my last class, and I presented it for a group of like 3 people, which was a little underwhelming, and I wanted an opportunity to like...
He wants to show off.
Yep, I wanted this to matter, the information to matter. And after I'd done the presentation and I just sent her the slide, she's like, I sent that to my grandma, and she said it was really helpful and really informative, and I was like, but you only got the slides. You didn't get the notes and the explanations and everything that went with it. And I'm like, we're going to do another Gator stream.
Gator lecture.
Another Gator lecture to support this one.
Hello, Professor.
To support this one and be like, hey, let's talk about... And because she's a member of our community, she's been a co-host forever. Yep. To, like, any misconceptions or people want to know what's in Professor Gator...
Professor Stumps.
Yeah, students don't call me Gator. That's my first name.
That's unprofessional.
And don't call me Mr. Stumps. That's my father. It's Stumps Senior.
Professor Stumps.
Most people wave. They don't like what part of the... Okay.
I've been watching too much anime.
Can we call me Stump Senpai?
No.
We are off track again. Anyways, new people, welcome in. Old people, hi. You're used to this.
Away.
But no, for people who either one, I'm hoping maybe somebody, either not right now, but later on goes, oh, hey, there's somebody who did a Tourette's thing, and I've just developed Tourette's, or my child has Tourette's. Like, this can be your doorway in of like, hello, Tourette's 101.
Welcome.
Hey, you even spelled senpai right. But then also for you guys that have been a part of the community to actually, you've been here to see the evolution of watching like Collywoggles slowly
Evolution's real.
start to, or de-evolution of Collywoggles beginning to develop this disorder, and then being here for that, like this will give you an opportunity to be like, oh wow, that's what's going on, that's interesting. And then also just for people who are, you know, part of any kind of community to say, yeah, I get that, I can relate to that, maybe not Tourette specifically, but I deal with OCD, or hey, I found out that I have schizophrenia and now everybody's walking away from me like I need an exorcism or something. Like those kind of just judgy things that pop up. So let me do what any good student would do, and let me pull up my notes.
First things first, next slide.
First things first, the last thing to add in. So to talk about Collywoggles' journey, it works out like this. Do you want to go through your whole medical history, or just...
No, that's a long story.
It is. So
I'm the weak twin. End of story.
Let's start in about September of last year, September 2020. Somewhere between September and October, Collywoggles started to notice that she was involuntarily tensing your neck against your will. Like she looked at me and she was like, babe, I just, like, my neck just keeps tensing and I can't relax it. And I was like, okay, whatever. So like I put my hand here and like kind of gave like a good squeeze pressure and held it, and that seemed to work.
I remember that.
On that night, that specific night. And then it was like this idea of like, well, maybe you need to relax and lay down. Maybe you just have a lot of like neck tension or something. We don't quite know what's going on. And she was saying like my hand there helped, and so, you know, I felt all warm and fuzzy because, you know, my magic fingers.
Don't call them that.
Yeah. But it's just like my calm presence and reassuring like the pressure, and that I could do something to help, and like maybe that would pass.
And then we used those neck thingies.
And then then we got like the heated, like the beanbag kind of lavender things that you then toss it over your shoulder. Anyways,
do your ears hang low? Do they wobble too? Can you tie it? Can you tie me in a bow?
Sometimes it's hard to tell when the tick stops and when Collywoggles decides she still just wants to finish it for, you know, like
commitment.
Completion's sake, yes. But as we got into October and even rolling into November, what was the main ones you started to do? Popping, neck twitching, the popping started to become more common. And they just became more and more involved. And then finally, right around Thanksgiving break,
I started punching people.
Try again.
Mainly myself.
Were you punching by then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, her movement started to get a little... She sent me a video, which I couldn't find and I totally should have played.
Probably just a Snapchat.
No, it wasn't a Snapchat. You sent it to me through Facebook, where she'd taken her phone and she set it up, and then she was going to eat food. And she had a fork, and she was trying to eat, and she kept ticking and doing this, and then she had the fork, and let's say this is a fork. I watched her, I can't see very well because it's black on black, but she had a fork, and I watched her go like this multiple times just past her ear, and I'm like, do we need to get plasticware for you?
We did.
And we did. We got her plasticware, because also she was stabbing the hell out of the plates. And I had fears that, like, not knowing where her control was, that maybe, like, a fork would go in your leg. Because I know what my impulse urges are, and I can tell you that I'm not as good of a person as she is. I have a dark side, you can tell.
It's because he's wearing black.
But I can't.
I dare you.
I can't, because I got black underneath it.
Oh, you suck.
And then underneath that black, I have black. Underneath that, I'm bone white.
You know how many
though.
shirts I'm wearing? 1. Why are you wearing 3?
Just the chills I get off of you. So, by Thanksgiving, she started to develop vocal tics, and vocal tics are just words,
Loud
noises. What? You weren't saying words in the beginning.
No.
What were you doing? You were whistling?
I did the whistling.
You would pop and then whistle.
Yeah.
And then you would do that one.
Yeah, something like that.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Clarification. To make a distinction in her brain when trying to talk about things and not knowing whether or not to call them tics, she just started to refer to them as Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
So, yeah, that's
It's stuck.
Yeah, it's stuck. I try not to try to give it its own personality because I don't want her to think that she's developing a split personality, because she's not. Because that's not what Tourette's is, and that's the misconceptions we're totally here to clear up. And then I would say, pretty much by Christmas, I think you were full swing.
Mm-hmm.
And it hasn't really, it's ebbed and flowed, but it hasn't really changed since.
No.
Christmas though was
Training
really
for the
bad.
ballet project.
Just before she went to her internship in the beginning of January, we sat down with a, like one of those baseball clickers and a timer. And we're timing it. And it was when she was standing or sitting, she would have a tick every 4 seconds. Like clockwork. It was just like click, 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 click. When she would lay down, it would drop down to a tick every 20 seconds. And the only time she was fully tick free was when she would sleep.
That's still a thing.
Yeah.
I still don't tick him.
That's actually not a case for everyone though.
Yeah, I know.
That's rough. So, yeah, we're gonna, for all those misconceptions and for everything else, let's get into it.
Let's talk about me.
Let's talk about that. That phrase is copywritten. That's not mine to say, but I said it anyways. I don't apologize, but I do acknowledge. Okay, get that doohickey up. Put that over there.
Wow, so many screens.
I know. I need like a third screen today, but I need this up so I can hit the clicker. But I can still see everything. So, boom, going into the next slide. DSM, for those of you who don't know what the DSM is, it is basically the Bible of psychology. It's it's the Diagnostic, like I should know what this stands for, but doesn't matter. The DSM, it is the psychology Bible. It's put out by the American Psychological Association. I think that's what it's called.
Diagnostic Symptom Manager.
Manual.
Okay, I was close.
So prepared for this presentation. Anyways, I clearly have a master's.
No, you don't, not yet.
Not yet. After this, hopefully they don't see it between now and Monday. Anyways, so the DSM has every single disorder broken down that the Americans are willing to acknowledge. And they keep changing it too. And so, like, DSM will have major depressive disorder, it will have schizophrenia, bipolar, substance use disorder, like anything, insomnia, kleptomania, all those kind of things are in the DSM, autism. And they're broken down by category. And technically speaking, Tourette's falls under the category of a neurodevelopmental disorder. And what that means, if you break it down, is neuro, meaning involving the brain, function, activity, neural activity. Developmental. And developmental means that this is something that happens during the development of a person. So usually under the age of 18. So like autism is a developmental disorder because you don't develop autism in your 30s. You don't, because it's just part of the way the brain was, something that occurred genetically in terms of how the brain would develop. And so not autism, we're talking about Tourette's. Hi, welcome to the Tourette's podcast. And it's not the podcast. Welcome to the Tourette's stream with Gator and Collie.
I'm the brains of the...
There is a subcategory there is a grouping of disorders underneath neurological disorders that are motor tic and vocal tic disorders, one of which is Tourette's. Now, Tourette's is most iconically known because of something known as corpolalia, which is the classic swearing, which is what everybody automatically thinks. But we'll get into that a little bit more when we talk about the different types of tics, but that's actually only 10% of the population, only 10% of the types of tics that vocal tics you might see. So, to be Tourette's and not any other disorder, motor tic disorder, it has to have a motor tic and it has to have a vocal tic. And this has to be something that's been going on for over a year before they'll diagnose it. And just generally, it will come and go. It will not like it will go away, but you'll have times where it's like, man, my tics haven't been that bad, and then just this storm where it's once every 4 seconds, click, 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 click. And then again, being a neurological developmental disorder, the human brain, for those of you who may not be aware, actually doesn't finish developing until about age 25. Which is why sometimes we don't see some disorders start to come into play, like schizophrenia and like borderline personality disorder and things like that. We don't see it starting to come into play until people's early 20s, once they go off to college. Also, some of that has to do with stress-induced symptomology, because going to college isn't exactly a walk in the park. Let's go to one of them party schools. Anyways, I did not. And the other key thing that comes up in all DSM criteria is you can't attribute those symptoms to anything else. So you can't say that it's because substance use. You can't say that it's because I mean, like if you end up drinking, if you're in alcohol withdrawal and you're having like the shakes from it, that's not Tourette's, that's withdrawal. Or another medical condition. So if you took a bullet to the head and now you start to have tics, that's not a developmental problem. That's an injury. Other things to bring up is Tourette's is classically seen in men 2 or 4 times as often as you would see in women. And the statistics are a little sketchy because it's hard to know exactly how many people have Tourette's, but it could be anywhere between 1 in 1,000 people to as much as 1 in 100 people. There are a lot of people who have Tourette's and they don't know it, because the things that they're experiencing, like the first things you had, where it was just that muscle tensing, being like, I don't know, that's just weird, it just happens. If that's something you've grown up with and that's all the more it developed into, you may just be like, yeah, I just do this weird thing where my eye twitches every once in a while and I just need to twitch it and let it do its thing. You may think you have a weird neck twitch, or you might have like a shudder that you just think is totally natural. And then it may turn out when you look at it that there's family history, and suddenly the next thing you know, it's like, oh, that would be Tourette's, but you wouldn't have been diagnosed for it. Most often disorders aren't diagnosed unless they, like usually the bottom criteria for most disorders is has to cause impairment or distress. So, because usually if you're not experiencing impairment or distress, you're not going to go to a doctor about it. So what is Tourette's exactly? And now a lot of people, and here's kind of where some of the challenge is, like there is a little bit of concern, especially when talking about the brain, that if you say, oh, I have this brain disease, they're like, what's your life expectancy? Are you gonna die? Are you oh my god, I've never appreciated you before, don't go. And there's good news and there's bad news about Tourette's. The good news is I almost got them flipped. That would have been bad. The bad news
good news is it doesn't go away.
Well, I was gonna say the bad news is you're not gonna die. The good news is it's not a terminal disease. The bad news is it is a chronic disease. So, it's not one of those things of once you get it, you have it. Once you start seeing the symptomology, yeah, it's probably going to stick around. But it's nice to know that with the diagnosis of Tourette's, that we're not looking at a brain tumor. We're not looking at a degenerative disease like MS or even like dementia and things like that. What we're experiencing is character. Yeah, we'll go with that. So looking here at the brain, because we all understand the brain simply, I know this drawing and these images look scary. This is actually the simplest one I could find, and I'll explain it to you as much as I will explain it to you. I'll make it as simple as I can. So there's only 3 things in play, really. And again, research has yet to fully lock down what's going on, but this is, to the best of their knowledge, what they think is happening. So You have the thalamus, the basal ganglia, and the motor cortex. Motor cortex is actually, if you look at where the top of the image is, where it says cerebral cortex, where the two purplish burgundy lines come down, that's about where the motor cortex is. So the way the brain is set up normally is the thalamus is kind of, if you're looking at a computer, consider it like your active RAM, your active memory. The computer is all queued up to be able to do all these processes because it's all loaded up into that space. But it's not necessarily conscious thought. It's just the fact that your brain is queued and readied and primed to do anything it needs to do. And that's kind of like where reflexes might come in too, where it's like at any moment, like if something started to tip over, I could quickly go over and catch it. If I saw a fly and I wasn't even really thinking about swatting it, and I almost automatically like that to get it out of my face, like that's all queued up in the thalamus. When you're sitting there looking at a pretty person and you want to say something and you have something like you're trying to say and you're kind of nervous, like all your thoughts, all the things that you're ready and queued to say, that's all up in your thalamus. The basal ganglia is your filter. And your filter, it basically, even though all that stuff is queued up, if you didn't have the basal ganglia like deflecting that information and keeping it down there, it's when you decide I'm going to do this that the basal ganglia lets those signals go through and affect the other part of your brain, which would be the motor cortex. So your thalamus is saying like, I'm gonna punch that guy. That's the thought on my brain until you let that signal go through the basal ganglia to the motor cortex, motor movement. You won't punch him. The problem that they think is happening with Tourette's is that the basal ganglia is not doing its job. You have a faulty filter.
Slacker.
And so when you have a faulty filter, those signals aren't being kept back. They start shooting off and they start hitting the motor cortex and the Broca area where speech patterns and stuff is all taken up. So these things that you would naturally have cued in your mind, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in detail as we get further, you're not able to censor it. So sometimes it's indoor thoughts coming out, and sometimes it's random association, and sometimes it's so many different varieties of the reason it's why the tic you see is the tic you see, but ultimately it's the faulty basal ganglia that you're running into. Now, the thing about kids who have Tourette's is, I will move on to the next picture. The thing about kids who have Tourette's is that the brains haven't finished developing. So what ends up happening, and keep that in mind, is so the age of typical onset being developmental, we see that usually it kicks in around 6 years old and then it peaks at 10. That's when it's at its worst. And then it starts to calm down. And it calms down for presumably a few variety of reasons. One, you've been experiencing it long enough, you're kind of getting a vibe for how your body works, and your body's able to, you're kind of being able to get in the swing of things. Two, you've kind of learned how to suppress it yourself and control it. But also your brain is finishing its development, and as that basal ganglia really locks down and gets to doing what it's supposed to be doing, essentially it might be a little further behind in development, and as it catches up, it makes it easier for those tics to minimize or for you to be able to suppress what's left. So by adulthood, a lot of people who have developed it as a child, by adulthood 50% of people can usually control theirs. 15% don't have any tics at all anymore. They're not even resisting them. They're just gone. They're in remission. And then unfortunately 10% of people still continue to experience it without any form of remission, and sometimes it can be really bad. The thing that gets really kind of tricky though is some people are like, why did I get Tourette's? And it's like, well, sometimes we don't know, but there is also a strong family correlation. And so even with Collywoggles, we had this, can I tell the story? Mm-hmm. Okay. Even with Collywoggles, we had a little bit of like why me? Why, like, no one else in my family has this? Well, actually, when it became official for her, she was talking to one of her grandmothers, and she's like, oh yeah, people in our family, like cousins you don't know, like they have tics too. And you're like, information that would have been helpful back in like November, but that conversation never occurred, and like that topic never came up, so she never got to learn that stuff. But yeah, sometimes I guess that's a good PSA for you too, is if you are finding you might be diagnosed with something, a lot of mental health conditions often have like a family legacy, for lack of better words, but also history, and ultimately that we call them hidden diseases or hidden illnesses for a reason. So it's important, if you can, to like talk to your family and be like, hey, I got diagnosed with this, is anyone else in the family? And then that's when you might start to hear some family secrets come up. Like it wasn't until I got older that I found out my grandmother had PTSD and was dealing with chronic depression her whole life, and then her mother dealt with it would have been postpartum depression with psychosis, and like these things just don't come up, especially with older generations. There's that attitude of, with older generations, of like, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, nope, that's not an illness, you just need to suck it up kind of attitude. Like it's all in your head. But it is though. But it is. Well, on a technicality, you're not wrong, but the invalidation is still clearly present. And then that was also just an attitude of the times. You know, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining. So, can't acknowledge chat because I derail myself. But yeah, no, it's also just a generational thing. So like the further back you go, the less they talk about these kind of things. So it's good to like, my generation, when I was younger, if you brought up the mention of I'm all right, what about you? We're good. We're talking about Tourette's today, right, Collywoggles? Yes. Collywoggles, okay, just to be clear, Collywoggles has Tourette's.
Not him.
Yeah, I'm just obnoxious. But no, like when I was a kid, saying the word therapist was like, ooh, you see a therapist?
Cooties!
I have Tourette's as well, so this is interesting. Oh, perfect, you've come to the right place. Welcome. But now, when people say, oh, I have a therapist, usually the response you hear back is like, oh yeah, me too. So it like that taboo's not as strong as it used to. I'm not saying it's gone. By no means it's not gone, but I think we're on our way to slowly making acceptance of a lot of different groups of people. Therapist is the banned term of your generation, kinda, yeah. Any sort, like, even if the phrase, like in like the year 2000, if you said I'm depressed, people were like, oh, sucks. I don't want any of that on me, I gotta go. So it's unfortunate, and so again, that's why we're talking about this. And the sad thing about Tourette's is, like, there's always been such a stigma with the name, and it's always been kind of a laughing stock. And I think there'd be a lot more acceptance and a lot more sensitivity if you were able to look at those people and be like, you realize you're talking about people that are like 6 to 10 years old is like where the largest manifestation is showing up. You're making fun of kids, and I think that would make people really like reset and go, I'm a bad person. And you can look at them and be like, yeah, you are. How about 2004? How was it then? No, 2004 was terrible. So
I was 4, so I wouldn't know.
I was in my undergrad in 2004, and either in 2004 or 2005, there was a school newspaper for my college that went out that somebody was doing jokes about all the different majors and the people that would do it. So they'd be like, you know, they'd say something quirky, like the obnoxious cute one was geology was like, oh, geology rocks, because, you know, it's rocks, but ching. And so I was a creative writing major, and so I went down to see creative writing, and the creative writing major, it said, oh, you have an English creative writing degree? Well, that's why you have slits on your wrist.
Oof.
Yeah. This article actually got put out the same week that was Mental Health Awareness Week. I was lividly pissed, and I actually made it all the way to the dean of students with it, and I'm like, this is not okay. And I basically got the response of like, yeah, you're right, that's inappropriate. What do you want me to do about it? It was like,
shred it, get rid of it.
Shred it, expel the writer. So yes,
it's rude.
Mental, and the sad thing is I've also been in conversations in, I'm not saying that 2004 was a bad year. This is what happened around 2004 for me. But also I remember working in a photo lab and having a conversation. There was a person who had completed suicide by jumping off of a bridge after being bullied. And I remember the conversation at work and having the person there be like, you know what? I think it was selfish of that guy to go and kill himself. I'm like, that's selfish? What about the people who unrelentingly teased him and threatened his life and ostracized him and made him feel unwanted, unloved, and trapped and alone? That's the stigma we're dealing with here. So not nearly as, hopefully this conversation isn't nearly as like grisly of a conversation, but like the point is stigma's still there, and
stigma is created by people who don't experience it
or feel inconvenienced to try to understand it.
Yeah.
So it's fine. I knew 2004 was a terrible year. No, you might have had a great 2004. It wasn't worse
than 2020.
Can't argue with that. Let's move on to the next slide. Like I was saying, Tourette's classically textbook presentation, the way they wanna depict it, sounding judgy, I don't mean to, is the way it's always been depicted as the classic stereotypical scenario is it's something that would develop at age 6 to age 10. It would peak, and then it would start to minimize as you got towards adulthood. And by adulthood, once you're about 18 or so, there's a good chance that you're not really experiencing it anymore, or that it's reduced quite a bit. And unfortunately, that's not the case for everyone. But if you're looking at the bell curve, that's kind of the trend. There is, however, I'm in the wrong screen.
So many tabs.
I know, I'm the wrong tab. There is, however, the scenario of adult onset. Adult onset was believed to be technically and by all means theoretically impossible, because being a developmental disorder, if you're an adult, you're developed, therefore you can't be having a developmental disorder. But
they're still growing.
But therefore, if your brain is already developed and you're finished development, there's no way it can be Tourette's. That's the statement in the way it was kind of laid down. There's been more research in the last few years to be like, no, Tourette's is actually, there is an adult onset, and it's more common. It is still rare, but it is more common than you would expect. Everyone does grow. You right, lady. I don't know names. This is Collywoggles.
Collie.
And I'm GatorStumps. I live here. So the reasons why you might see adults, what may look like adult onset, is because either one, it actually might be a person who had Tourette's as a child and it went away, and then it came back. Back to that whole thing about it waxing and waning. Another reason why it might happen is you may have been experiencing it this whole time, but it may have been subtle. You may not have really noticed it, and maybe some sort of life crises had kicked up, and then it started to become far more noticeable and disruptive, and at that point in time you received a diagnosis. Otherwise, there may be things that are known as precipitating events, things that actually occurred to your brain that caused Tourette's to occur. Is
anyone in there?
So head trauma, there's certain infections that you can get that will actually cause, like theoretically, I suppose, if you ended up getting bit with rabies, like that's a neurological infection. I suppose something like that could really do a damper onto the brain's neurochemistry.
Wow, we're delicate.
Yeah, human body's fairly delicate. She actually asked if anyone was in there. I get that a lot. Actually, that one I don't get a lot. I get a lot of other things. Another interesting thing is if Tourette's runs in your family, oftentimes people won't experience Tourette's, but once they have a child and that child develops Tourette's, it can actually activate their Tourette's. So we watched a documentary of a woman who is out in the UK, and that's exactly what happened. She was like 40 years old, and then suddenly she developed Tourette's. And she developed Tourette's because her son, his Tourette's was so bad he couldn't even write his name. He would get caught up in the sequence of like doing this and
don't do that,
and like shouting and swearing, and then every time he'd go back for his pencil, he would find himself going right back into that rhythm over and over again. Real quick, when you say don't do that, is that actually a request, like don't demonstrate things because it's throwing you off?
Fine.
Okay, just making sure. Just don't want to be like,
don't
hey,
hurt yourself.
I don't want to be over here like, God, that streamer, just insensitive prick, was just like acting like he had Tourette's and like shaming everyone, and his girlfriend's over there just like ticking, quote unquote, ticking like a clock, as you like to put it, and he didn't care. I've never heard that someone has Tourette's in my family besides me, but then again, I do need to ask. Yeah, it's worth a conversation if that's a safe conversation you can have with people in your family. But statistically, from an earlier slide, it's only about 2/3 of the population. So about 2/3 of the population have a family history. So for 33% of the people, 3 out of 10, they may not have a family history that's known. It may not have ever come up. I'm gonna ask my oldest family member. Yes, the chronicler of the family. Perfect place to go with that. So the next good question becomes, my nan's mom. There you go. Next one, this gets interesting, is treatments. There are a variety. There's pretty much 2 main ways to go with treatments. You can either go psychopharmacology, or you can go behavioral therapy. Those tend to be the 2 main ones. Medications, and here's where it really becomes problematic. Again, we're talking about people from the age of 6 to 10, and most people who have take medications, your 2 options. There's 2 categories. I'm actually going to go backwards on this. One are alpha adrenergic antagonists. Oh my god, I haven't.
Adrenergic.
It's the adrenal. It's the adrenaline gland. It's basically the adrenaline sensors in your body. It's the antagonist. It's a drug that counters that. It's a long-winded way of saying it's blood pressure medication. And by
it's blood pressure.
It's what it's normally used for. And so, but that also seems to be able to help out with some Tourette presentation with some of the tics, and hopefully some of the more violent ones or the severe ones that are concerning. The other go-to way of taking care of it, and this is more my wheelhouse, is antipsychotics. Problem with antipsychotics is, one, antipsychotics were developed for treating people who experience psychosis. So we're talking people with schizophrenia, who are hallucinating, who are disassociating, depersonalization, DID, all those kind of things where people's sense of reality is being fragmented. And that's what that's due to is usually the person has way too much. There's a neurotransmitter called dopamine. There's way too much dopamine running in the brain to the point that it overexcites the brain into just like creating like auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations. And so antipsychotics are designed to pretty much put a damper on that and bring down that activity. Well, the problem is when you power down the brain, especially of a developing person, that can cause permanent damage. I don't mean that to, I mean, there are ones that are FDA approved, and later generation newer antipsychotics have gotten better than the original ones. But ultimately, the problem with medication is a lot of times people discontinue it because they find that the side effects are actually worse than dealing with the tics that they've been dealing with. Typically, things that people would complain about is just like feeling zombified. It tends to be with a lot of mental health medications, even antidepressants. Sometimes if your medication level's not right, you can just feel like you're not really here. You can feel like you're disconnected from the world, just drawl and gross feeling. The CDC lists side effects for antipsychotics as being like weight gain, being stiff muscled, tiredness, restlessness, and then I also found more of a list from the National Institution of Mental Health. Let me find that one, because that one also had other lovely ones that nobody wants to experience, such as dry mouth, constipation, nausea, and vomiting, because nobody wants what's the source on that one? I'm not going to read that one because they're not a vetted source. But yes, according to NIMH, which stands for National Institute of Mental Health, that's what it stands for. Yeah. Drowsiness, dizziness, restlessness, weight gain, dry mouth, constipation, nausea, vomiting, and more. But ultimately, yeah, I'm not here to say like don't use the medications. It's going to be a different experience for everybody. Some people might, and they wouldn't offer these if there wasn't a shown benefit for some people. But it's all going to be an individual experience. It's going to be different per person as to how they hit it. So it's a question of finding the right dosage to get the most yield out of the experience. And some people may not experience the side effects at certain levels. My ass don't want to be worn out from releasing my food. And so it's kind of like that balance act of finding the right level of medication, and even if you find it a level that's effective in bringing the severity of your tics down, that you feel like they're controllable or you're more able to function, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to come with a side effect. And so again, you have to kind of weigh the pros and cons on that on your own and determine like which way do I want to deal with it. And quite honestly, we came across a podcast put out by the Tourette's Association I'll be referencing a lot. Actually, it's not by the Tourette's Association, it's just supported by them. It's called, ready for this, it's called the Tourette's Podcast. And most of the people that talk on that show, it's usually conversations just with other people who have Tourette's. The host has Tourette's, and then he'll interview other Touretters and find out like what their stories are. And more often than not, most of them have said like, either one, I never wanted to do the medication, or two, I tried it, but ultimately I would much rather deal with the tics than to deal with the side effects. Yes, everything in moderation. Oh, question, swearing okay here, or is that like not? No, yeah, it's, how to put it, my supervisor at my clinic swears, and he's like 60, and very professional, and the way he puts it is, he's like, we don't want to swear like crazy. I save swearing for special occasions. Tourette's, not heard of that before. I hadn't either until I've heard.
Neither had I.
But yeah, in the Tourette's podcast, they use the phrase Tourette's all the time, and normally I hear tickers. If you don't mind me asking, what part of the world are you on?
Where do you live?
Yeah, I mean, you can be Europe. Okay.
What's it like there?
What's it like there? It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Anyways, we are going to, there you go. Movie time. So the next thing I want to talk about is the CBIT. And CBIT is the other methodology that is approached. And I've heard, actually 3:23 here. Late night, yikes. It is 8:23 here.
Wow, we think so alike. I commented yikes and you said yikes.
No, I read your quote.
Oh, I hate you.
Anyways.
Start the movie.
Well, I'm not going to start I have to introduce the movie. So another type of, instead of medication, another thing that people will do is the CBIT, which is the Comprehensive Behavioral Intervention for Tics, long run thing. Yeah, I should have just said we think alike. We do think alike,
we do. But
I can't give credit to all the times because I don't want to be that creepy. You good? Okay. Folks, that was a tic. That was also a tic.
I don't think you need to outline it.
No, we just had this conversation today. She came out of the bedroom and saw my dog, and she came out and she was just like, rah, 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 rah. And I was like, I realized we've run into this problem where I can no longer tell when you're ticking and when you're actually just having fun. Because sometimes it looks the same. And I'm like, I don't want to embrace the ticking. And well, I mean, I want to embrace the ticking. I want to accept it. I am here. I treat it in much the same way of like, sneezes or coughs or yawn,
Achoo!
like a person sneezes or coughs and it happens, Cooney, welcome in. Like a person, like if I'm talking to somebody and then they have a sneezing fit and then they come right back to the conversation, same thing with the tic. I kind of treat it the same way. It's just as involuntary. So I don't want to like participate with the tic and like either one, what do you want to call it, continue to re-trigger it. And I also don't want to like behaviorally support that, but I want to, you know, I want to have my relationship with Collywoggles. Like, was that a tic or were you trying to talk to the dog? Right, exactly. That's.
I have a lot of those where I have to tell him if it was a tic or not. Because sometimes when we walk together, I'll tic and squeeze his hand, but sometimes when we walk together, I just squeeze his hand because I love him. So
what?
Sometimes he started like not squeezing back because the first time he did, it was a tic and it made me squeeze him, and we did that whole back and forth until he realized what was going on. And so then he just stopped squeezing back, and so I would squeeze his hand and I'd be like, that was me.
He looked at you like said. Oh, to clarify, Collywoggles and I have been are we coming up on 4 years?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, we're about to have our 4-year anniversary in a little less than a month here.
Whoa.
And so the tics are new to both of us for just a little under a year now.
Dang, 4 years.
I know.
I'm getting tired of you.
Yeah. Go away, find someone else. I get to keep my dog.
No.
So anyways, what I'm going to show you, and this is actually a little bit of a longer video, but we didn't really talk about what this is exactly. So the CBIT, the Comprehensive Behavioral Intervention for Tics, it's a behavioral way of writing out a tic and a way of suppressing them. And actually, it's sort of you know, when you develop a behavior, this really goes off of behavioral like conditioning mechanics, like, you know, Pavlov's dogs, the old classic thing of they would ring a bell and feed him meat, and then they would stop feeding him meat and they'd ring the bell, but then the dog would still salivate. The same kind of idea is if you can prevent the tic from happening, eventually it might go away, and you won't see that tic anymore, or it may lessen to the point. And so what they would do is they would target a tic that very specifically you could anticipate, which is having a premonitory urge. Like for people who don't have Tourette's, the best way to explain it is, you know, when you know you're going to be yawning in a moment, or you know you have that next sneeze, you don't feel it like it rushing on, but you can feel like, oh, yep, there. Or even people who have migraines, where you're like, I'm starting to feel those symptoms. You can tell migraines coming on. Here it comes. Some tics have that, some tics don't. But CBIT has its most amount of effectiveness with ones where you can anticipate it. So like in the beginning, a lot of Collywoggles tics, or at least still primarily that way.
Yeah.
Most of her tics would start out with a sensation in her neck. And so what you would do is you would try to figure out what the tic is, and then try to do a competing behavior that would prevent the tic from being able to happen, or to minimize how much it would happen. And then you try to maintain that while you continue to feel that urge, and you just have to ride it out. And the first time you do it, it might take up to 10 minutes before that urge starts to lessen to the point where it isn't like top of your brain. But the more you do that, the quicker it gets and easier it gets. And so we're actually going to watch a video here, and it's about a guy who's based at the Tourette's Association. I think he works out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, here in the upper Midwest of the United States. And when my tics started, my doctor told me not to suppress my tics. There is a distinction between what they do with CBIT and what they do with what suppression is. I would agree with you, and we'll get into that conversation about suppression a little bit later, because it's again weighing the pros and cons. Should I suppress my tics right now? Should I not suppress them? If I'm suppressing them, what's the advantage or disadvantage in the situation, and what's the advantage of just letting them run? CBIT is done specifically, you're doing it with professionals. Like I am filling you guys in on all the research I've been able to pull together. I have not professionally worked with Tourette's. My experience is all personally based. So I have extensive amount of knowledge, I am willing to basically sign off and say that everything I'm telling you is accurate to the information from research that has backing that I was able to locate, and I've been clear in saying these are the things where this is their best understanding of what's going on. So with this one, we're going to see a professional talking with a person who has Tourette's, and they're going to kind of walk through what that process looks like of and how this is different. And the difference is, if you're not doing it in a trained professional way, and you only hold out for a little while, then you've just taught your tics that even if you're trying to suppress it, it'll keep going. It's
like teaching kid, like when you give into a begging child.
Right, exactly. So if you have a kid who, when they go ma 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 ma, and you're like, what, then the next time they're like, oh cool, so if I do that, mom will respond. And so they go mom, like mom, 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 mommy, mommy, ma, and then you're like, what? Now they've learned that if they go ma, you'll be like, what? And same sort of thing, you and your body get to be the adult and the parent. And so if you haven't done this intervention for tics properly with professional care, then you can get certain situations. You can get certain situations like rebound, where if you suppress your tics, you're going to get the rebound from it afterwards. So I
have a mom tic. I tend to do it a lot.
With your mom?
Yeah, it's exactly what you did, where I just say mom over and over and over again.
I think I've seen that before. So let's move over here. Let's get this up and running, and I'm going to stop talking a little bit.
Are we getting rid of our faces?
Nope. We'll put, I want you, that way you can get your reaction too. And I'm not going to, it's 32 minutes. We might watch about 14 minutes of it. There's actually a good spot to cut it off. I'm not quite sure where it is off the top of my head. But I'll know it when I see it. Kind of like when everybody goes, whoa, wow, mama, what? Hi. Yeah, the Family Guy one. Hi, mommy. All right, here we go.
All right, now, this exercise that we're going to ask you to do, we're going to kind of come up with something together, but it should meet 3 rules. All right? So any exercise that we choose should first be something that when you're doing the exercise, you can't do the tic, or the tic's a lot harder to do. That's the first thing. Second thing is, it has to be something that's less noticeable than the tic itself. So, for example, you can get your head to stop going by going like this. That would look a little strange.
Yes.
Maybe even more strange than a tic might look. So we don't want to do that. All right? Third part of the rule is that it has to be something you can do for a minute or until the feeling goes away, whichever takes longer, in almost any situation. So it has to be something you can do pretty much when in any situation you're in that you can hold for a minute.
Yeah.
All right? So can you think of something that might do that?
No.
Okay. Sometimes that might be the case. As a therapist, ideally we want this to be a decision between the child and myself, the therapist. I know what I want. I know what I think will work best, but I want the child to learn how to come up to this by themselves, because I want them to be able to deal with this in the future as they go along. This is a skill they should learn, that they don't need me anymore. I want to put myself out of business if they learn the right skills. If they've learned how to do this, I am not necessary. That's the whole point. So in this case, if he can't think of anything, then the first thing I'll do is say, okay, well, I'll give you an example. So for the neck jerking thing, one of the common ones we use for neck jerking tics is slightly tensing your neck. So it would be like this. It would look. I would want you to drop your chin just a little bit, and I want you to hold the sides of your neck gently, not with your hands, but tight, gently. All right. Now it should be gently. I don't want your neck quivering because it's so tight.
Yeah.
Okay, but it has to be tight enough that I can't really push your head over. All right. So it's that kind of thing, and I want your chin down, so you should feel a little tightness here. You should feel a little tightness here. All right. So that would be the exercise. All right. Now, what I want you to do is to do that exercise for a minute or until the feeling goes away, whenever you feel the feeling. Now, here's what I'm going to warn you about. It's going to build up. Okay, when you start to do this, the feeling will get worse. It'll get higher and higher and higher and higher, and it'll feel like I cannot take this anymore. That's when you got to double down and wait it out, because what normally happens is after a few minutes, it kind of fades away. All right? And then it gets easier and easier and easier and easier. All right? Now, that doesn't always happen. It doesn't happen for everybody. And sometimes it just takes a lot of practice to try to, to go longer and longer and longer each time you do the exercise. But try as hard as you can to hold it back for a while and see, and just sit back and kind of watch when you're doing that exercise. Sit back and watch what happens to that feeling. See what happens to it. Watch it go up, watch it go down. Just kind of take a distance from it and see. All right. So here's what it would look like. Let's say I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I have that pressure in the back of my neck. What I would do is go like this. And I would hold it. And now while I'm doing this, I'm not just sitting there thinking about that. I'm talking, I'm engaging, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, paying attention to the teacher, watching TV, playing a video game, whatever it might be, but I've just got my neck a little bit tighter, okay? At the end of the minute, I ask myself, do I feel like I have to do it still? If I do, then I just kind of keep going with it. It shouldn't be so tight that it's hurting, okay? If at the end of the minute, the feeling's gone, cool, I let it go, all right? I don't worry about it, all right? And then the next time it comes up, I do it again, all right? If you miss it, like if the feeling has shown up and gone away, and you've started to tick already, you've started to do the tick, just stop and then do the exercise, right? So it looked like this. I'm sitting there watching TV, I feel the urge, I do the exercise. Minute passes, the feeling's gone, I let it go. Then I'm sitting there and I don't notice the urge, but I go like this. I would stop, put my neck down, and hold it for a minute until the feeling goes away. All right? Does it make sense? Yeah. Right. So why don't you practice it once? Okay, do you have the urge?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now tell me, it's good. Just pay attention to me, talk to me, okay? Don't go into the urge. I just want you to tell me, on a 0 to 10 scale, how strong is that urge right now?
8.
Good, okay, that's fine.
7, 8, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So just now, back to football, while we're talking about football. What year are you in school, freshman?
8th grade.
8th grade, my goodness. Big 8th grade. So I take it you start on your football team.
Yeah, some stuff. Some stuff not. Yeah.
I'll make sure you keep your neck down. So you played defensive line. Did you have a lot of sacks this last year?
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
I had one big tackle. It was awesome. That was on kickoff.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's where you get some good speed.
I love
going
kickoff.
behind you.
Yeah.
You really just destroy somebody on that. Where's your urge right now? 0 to 10?
Excuse me?
On your urge, 0 to 10?
Probably about a 9.
Okay, good. So, what do you play on offense, or do you only go defense?
I basically just do defense.
Oh, okay. Have you played any other positions other than defensive line?
Kickoff and defensive line. That's basically all I do. I played some nose guards, just a little bit.
Yeah. You like which position on the line do you like best?
I have to say my favorite overall in the football thing is doing kickoff, but then I like doing defensive tackle. That's pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Where's your urge now?
8.
Okay. So one back down a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. So you play any other sports?
No.
No. No. No track. No shot. No discus. No.
I was gonna try to do the shot put, but I couldn't because it interfered with my schedule.
Oh, okay. So what kind of music do you like?
Everything. I like everything. I like pop, Christian,
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Anything that catches my ear.
Okay. So where's your urge at now?
5.
5. Okay. So just keep doing it. You're doing fine. What do you do for fun on the weekends?
Hang out with my friends.
Yeah. What do you guys do?
There's a lake near where I live, so we either go on the lake or go out to eat together or do something. Just
Okay.
chill.
Okay. Cool. So what's your favorite subject in school?
Language arts.
Yeah.
And social studies.
Cool.
Yeah.
What do you like most about? I'm a social scientist, so I like social studies too. So.
I just like about social studies how people from the past did stuff and facts and how things are made and how people from ancient times were able to put stuff together in their lives and like what works and what doesn't work between socially
Right.
events and stuff like that. Social events. Yeah.
Yeah. So where's your urge now?
4.
Okay.
This is weird. It's like it started off where like I wanted to do it so bad, and now it's like not so bad.
That's your brain's going to do that, though. It's not your brain will, if you hold out long enough when something like this is happening, your brain, whatever cells are firing to cause that, they can't keep firing forever. It'll fade away. We call that habituation. That happens kind of normally. And sometimes something will happen and it'll spike it again, but it doesn't have to fire is the point. So I like history too. That's actually my favorite subject in school. If I had to do over again, I'm glad I didn't. But if I had to do it over again, I might have been a history teacher. Because in Wisconsin, I'd be unemployed. So where's your urge at now?
It's kind of like fluctuating a little bit. Like right now, it's about like a 5, but went up just a little bit.
Yeah,
but
sure.
it just could be in the moment kind of thing.
Do you feel like you have to do it anymore? I mean, do you feel like if you let your neck go, you'd tic?
I feel like right now, I feel like if I don't really have to do it, but I feel like if I did do it, then I would have to. Does that make sense? Like if I did do it, then the pressure would come back on, but I don't feel like I have to do it.
Okay, you can let your neck go. Right? You don't have to do the tic, but you don't have to do the tensing thing anymore.
I don't feel it's not. There's no.
It's not there anymore, is it?
No.
Yeah.
It's no. There's no more pressure.
Right, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an example of what it would look like. Okay, and it took about 5 minutes the first time you did it. The second time you do it, it'll take shorter. The third time you do it, it'll take less. The fourth time you do it, it'll take less. So, so the next time you do it, now I want to sit here and I just want to talk a little bit more. Did you just feel it again?
No, I was just nodding my head.
Oh. The next time you feel it, I want you to, or when you do the tic, I want you to go right back into the exercise. But importantly, I do not want you to just sit there and focus on the tic. You've given more than enough time in your life to these tics. No more. I mean, do the exercise, keep it down, but then just talk to me. Talk to your friends. No. Don't touch that. Just do the urge, or do the exercise. Chin down slightly, and just let the urge go. Do what it's going to do. Okay, but talk to me. What's your favorite period of history?
Period of history. I like around there. I like if we're talking like ancient. I like the whole like Greek and Roman. And stuff like that. And then if we're talking more recent. I'm pretty interested in the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Oh, okay.
Like the whole like hippie stuff. That's pretty cool. And like during the hippies is in the 60s. 60s is more like hippie and awesome, and then 40s is because like World War II and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure that interests me.
Yeah. What's your favorite period of American history?
Yeah, just like
40s, 50s.
40s, 50s, 60s around there. Actually, not in the 50s. I don't even know anything about that. Just 40s, 60s.
There wasn't much going on.
Yeah, not much. 60s, 40s.
Just the Korean War and stuff. Yeah. Where's yours? It's been about a minute.
5.
Okay. Just kind of keep it going, unless you feel like you're done. I mean, once you feel it's gone, but. Yeah, I like my favorite period of American history is probably the Civil War. Yeah, I think that's the most interesting period for me. I wasn't born in the 60s, so that still is history to me. It's not
history to me too.
Yeah. The 90s might be history to you. That's the scary part. Where's your urge?
Great.
Okay. So what is it about World War II that's so exciting, so interesting to you?
It's interesting, just the whole fact, like World War, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's like a ripple effect. Somebody does something, and something else happens, and then Hitler rises to power, and Mussolini and Stalin, and they're all like, we're the 3 bad stooges, and they're all like crazy. And then like, it's cool, it's interesting, and it's like when it comes to the Holocaust, it's really sad, and it's almost like interesting in how people think. Like for me, I would never hate someone so much to do that, and it's almost shocking, like how somebody could do that, and that's why I think it's interesting. Not like, oh, it's cool, but it's like it's
what leads to that?
Yeah, what leads to that?
Yeah.
What can go so bad that makes you want to do that?
Right. Right,
Yeah.
and especially people you don't even know. I mean,
Yeah,
to take it even further extreme.
Yes.
Where's your urge?
2.
Okay. So what'd you notice here? Quicker, right? It's faster. Never got up quite as high. This is the second time it happened. So keep going, keep going, keep going. What do you see? You see it happening faster and faster and faster. But what are you feeling? What's your how do you think about this? But what's it like for you inside?
Well, it's almost like, well, when you first start, before you go into it, it's like a pressure. It's like the normal pressure, and then you're trying to hold it off, and it's like getting stronger, trying not to like clench my fist down. It's almost painful, like in a way. It's like almost like, whoa, and you have to get through it, and then once it breaks this barrier, it's like do.
Right. I've heard that described so many times that not that well actually, but that kind of thing, it's like you build it and at some point it's just like the switch goes off and then it's done. You know, and you break that barrier, so to speak, and down it goes. That's right, don't apologize. But this is what we would do as a reminder. This is why we have the parents come in. The parents' role is when one of those slips out, it's not, hey, stop ticking. It's more, hey, don't forget your exercise. Because this is a hard thing to do, to pay attention to your own body all the time. That's why the parents are there to help. Okay, and so we just remind him to use it, and then he goes into it. Now, while he's into it, he can pull out his video games and play. I don't care. That's completely fine. You know, because again, that's what he might normally do. The point is just to hold the exercise until that urge passes, and eventually that urge goes away faster and faster and faster. Now, what else are you noticing in the audience as you're watching him?
We were noticing that his fist was very tight when you first started, but then it started out with his thumb between his fingers, and then as you guys were talking, it slowly came out, and the whole hand just kind of relaxed. You could see that you were tense about it at first, but then started relaxing as you felt better about it.
Where's your urge?
4.
Okay. So now, if you just are watching him and you didn't know what was happening, what would you say? If you hadn't been watching treatment, just observing what he's doing.
No tics.
Just relax.
Yeah. But I mean, compare how many tics were happening, how many of the head jerks were happening before to happening right now.
And even when he does tick, it's not as severe. The severity level has come down
Right.
from when he relaxes and lets the tick happen.
Yeah. That's right. The intensity of them has been diminished as well. You know, are they going to still happen? Of course they're still going to happen. He has Tourette's. You know, it's not gone. It looks like it's gone, but it's not. It's there. You know, the question is, can you manage it more effectively? Can you bring about reductions that way? Okay. What's your urge?
2.
Now remember, the first time he went into this exercise, this soon after he started the exercise, his rating was at a 9. Now, this soon after he started his exercise, it's at a 2. Where's it at now?
Feel it.
He doesn't feel it. And that's what I'm talking about. When I talk about fast, it can be this fast. Okay. Now, of course, the ones are going to slip out here and there. That will happen. But the point is just to gently kind of stay on it. All right. And as you know, what happens for when he leaves here, if this works. Again, this is an if this works kind of thing. I'm not saying it's, this isn't a treatment. I told him up front, I'm not treating you now. I'm simply showing them what this looks like. I hope there's some benefit to you long term, but I don't know that there will be. So, that's what this is about. What this would look like if we send him home after the first session is I would say, okay, from here on out, every time you feel the urge or you start to do the head movement, I want you to do the competing exercise. I want you to hold it for a minute or until the feeling goes away, whichever takes longer. Don't care what time of day it is. That's what I want you to do. Your mom's going to remind you if she sees you doing it and not doing the exercise. She's going to tell you good job if she sees you using the exercise appropriately. What's going to happen is you're going to feel like you're doing this all the time for the first few days. It's going to diminish. The tic really won't be there much after a couple days. It'll start to creep back. You'll think things are okay, great, and then it'll start to come back, and that's when you got to step on it again. And if you keep doing this over and over again, generally that tic will diminish greatly, if not go away. And that's if it works. That's what it looks like. Okay, yeah, question.
Do you have a list of competing exercises for different parts of the body? Because I noticed that you refer.
Yeah, there are a whole bunch of different exercises.
So I'm going to stop there just because there's a part I really wanted to share, but I didn't see it. So this, if you can see the listing here, this is actually put out by the Tourette's Association of America. They do have a YouTube channel. You can watch that. The thingy. Oh, but there's a point that I really like in this, and I can't remember. I don't want to watch the other 15 minutes to find out if it's here or not, or if it's before this clip. I think it's later, but they continue this conversation, and what he does is he tells they're going to keep having the conversation, but then he tells the kid to keep doing this every time he feels an urge that he's suppressed, or every time he's pushed down a tic. And it's impressive to watch how constantly he's going like this, and if it wasn't for doing this, you would have no idea that he was fighting off a tic. So you can see that this is a really involved process, and just from what he was explaining with the takeaway of going home and saying your parents are going to point it out, or your significant other is going to point it out, and instead of shaming you, just being like, hey, remember your exercise, go do your exercise. So you can see that how this is different than just suppressing it. It is that continual commitment to nipping that in the bud every time it comes up. And so, hey, Imposter Kirby, thank you for the follow. And so it is this consistent sort of commitment to trying to keep this thing down, to condition the tic out of the way. Now, as people with Tourette's know, the makeup of the type of tics you have are going to potentially rotate. But if you have a nasty one that comes in that has a clear premonitory urge that you can prepare, things like these kind of treatments with professional care and monitoring, they would be ones that you would end up targeting. So if you have really tough ones, like Collywoggles, for example, had one for, I don't know if she still has it, but for one while she had one where she would keep her eyes shut and her eyes would be stuck shut for a really long time. The tricky thing is the competing behavior for that is forcing your eyes wide open and holding it there, which, I mean, of course you're still going to blink, but your eyes are going to be forced open, and you would have to do that as long as the urge persisted, which you probably also need eye drops afterwards. Wow, if anyone said don't forget your exercise, then that would be appreciated. And the other thing is, the one key thing that he brings up that I think gets missed, and this is going to become a running theme because Collywoggles and I have been talking about, like, we've had a lot of conversations lately from my perspective of like and from what I've been learning of what I think is going to help her the most, because she even asked about medication and stuff too. And the theme that I'm going to bring up, we'll start it right here, is this idea of acceptance, of accepting that this is a part of who you are. Because if you keep like feeling shameful about it and hiding yourself from it and feeling like you're some sort of freak of nature or something, like you're always going to be fighting this demon. Whereas if you can say, yeah, I got Tourette's, so what, you got a problem with that? Like, that's, I mean, when you're truly accepting something, you don't even have to have those conversations until someone else looks like they're having a problem. And that's not to be like, well, if you're not there, you're not good enough. That's a long journey, and people aren't always on their best with that. But the thing that he brings up in his conversation that's like key for anybody who's a parent is that moment of saying, like, you're ticking again. That whole thing of like, you don't say you're ticking again, stop that ticking, don't do that. It's the, hey, it's okay, you let that one slipped out, that happens, no worries, just remember to do your exercise. That kind of support, like, that's when you foster that kind of acceptance for a person in your life who's experiencing, and again, not even necessarily Tourette's, but any kind of thing that you run into these kind of struggles. And it doesn't even have to be psychological. It can be like somebody who has like an involuntary gag reflex or something, and if you yell at them because they gagged on your food or something, like that is not helping. Flat out. A lot of my teachers have a problem with it. Yeah, a lot of, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I do.
I was lucky in the teacher.
Yes, you also were lucky because I mean, I don't mean this to sound insensitive in any way, shape, or form, but you were lucky that this happened to you as an adult.
Yeah.
Because then you didn't grow up with like the challenges of an identity crisis while going through puberty and adolescence, which is already a hard time. You've had enough time to kind of develop a clear sense of self and be like, nope, this is who I am, and I don't feel too shaken by it. And then having this experience, it's been rough, and it has obviously been a challenge to your sense of self. Mm-hmm. But I think at your age in your 20s rather than starting this process at 7 is kind of, you're in a different environment that's easier to contend with. I don't have anything, no allergies, no glasses, no Tourette's, no nothing. Whenever I hear about those things, it seems like a completely different world for me.
I also have allergies.
Bro, my exams almost got ripped up because we can't talk. No!
Oh, that's so rude.
During the exam, they didn't know I had Tourette's, so they thought I was being a dumbass.
I hate that for you.
Is there any way for you to be able to, like, address it and say, hey, no, like, I have a diagnosis or something that, you know, kind of like, you know, like, get a pass on that one?
That's so rude.
And
I wonder if IEPs are different in Europe.
they may be. I mean, again, I can only speak from what I've experienced here and what I've read about here. And so, yes, a lot of my...
Oh, the teacher didn't know they had it.
So a lot of what my knowledge is comes from American Studies and Research, the American Psychological Association, the National Institute for Mental Health, that kind of information. And the only other information I have to go off of has been listening to podcasts of people talking about their lives and experiencing it firsthand with Collywoggles. I can only assume, for any watching documentaries from Europe as well, but I can only assume that regardless, the disease is the same no matter where you go. It's going to have different presentations and different severity, but ultimately Tourette's is Tourette's across the board. And so at least I can talk to that universally, and I can talk about what helps and what.
Yeah, when it comes to teachers, like, is it
Yeah,
Yeah, like you're saying that other teachers and the head teacher knew. I think it's no one's business what kind of like chronic illness you have, but in some situations it's probably better for you if other people know. So like your teachers, if you have certain tics that can be disruptive during class or during exams, it's probably better to just like let the teacher know, maybe get an IEP so that they can't be mean to you.
Yeah. It's in the United States, there's the Disability Act that's been passed, which is pretty much like you can't be
a bitch to people with disabilities.
And you can't, right, and then people can't be discriminated against it or be, and it's the basic understanding of like, can you do the basic function of school or work with reasonable amount of accommodations? And if the answer is yes, then people really can't do anything about it. They have to support you, and you can't be discriminated or fired or kicked out of school or anything for that. You may still deal with stigma though, and you might still deal with judgment and sideways comments and gossip and things like that. But boy, at least it's what support on a legal level that can be placed. It's the rest of it that us as a society, as a race of humans, need to learn to like just be better, like be better at life, just
do better.
Exactly. So the other challenge that
that's a big word.
Comorbidities.
Yeah, that's a big word.
It's comorbidities is other diseases that coincide with a disease. So, or another phrase is co-occurring disorders. And so this is mostly broken down from most common to least common. Maybe not, at least the ones at the top. So the challenge we have with a lot of disorders is that you will oftentimes not just be dealing with Tourette's or not just be dealing with schizophrenia. You'll often be dealing with another thing as well. I know it's a little lower down the list, and partly because I quasi poo-pooed it, is depression and anxiety are almost classic comorbidities for anything. Because when you deal with stress, you're going to feel down. Or when you deal with stress, you're going to have anxiety and be like just wired and worried all the time. Like those are just totally natural reactions to high stress situations. And if that high stress for you is experiencing Tourette's, then yeah, of course, depression or anxiety may be things to play. The ones that come as interesting as to, I wonder why that might be, is you have ADHD is the most common, and then OCD is probably the next most common. But it's not uncommon at all to see learning disabilities, oppositional defiant disorder, which can run, if left unchecked and depending on the course of somebody's symptomology, that often can develop into antisocial disorder. and sleep disturbances, because obviously if you're ticking and you hear it's affecting your ability to go to sleep, where you wake up in the middle of the night because you had a bad dream and then your tics start up, yeah, you're gonna have sleep disturbances and disruptions. And also when you're running high on anxiety, you run a higher risk of having nightmares. It's just kind of how that goes. And then sensory processing issues. From the podcast we've listened to, I've heard people talk about the fact that they may have struggles with hearing and sensation, but I've heard about people being like directionally challenged, like not like haha, a woman can't read a map kind of attitude, but like seriously not being able to orient themselves and figure, like, follow directions and be like, okay, which way is left? Or I've heard people not being able to like having like a sensory processing issue with time and not being able to read a clock or be able to understand what 6:23 is by looking at the clock. Like odd things like that I've never heard of before. It has come up in this podcast that I've listened to when they've talked to different people from around the world. So we're not going to go through this whole list, but we are going to look at the top two. We're going to look at ADHD and we are going to look at OCD. I do somewhat apologize, chat. I haven't really been reading all the messages because I do know Collywoggles has been keeping up on that to some extent. I think Collywoggles also understands that when I start going on a roll, I do pretty well, but if I stop, then I get completely derailed. So I've been kind of going with this rhythm. My younger brother also has ADHD. My older brother has OCD. Interesting. And there are reasons why that wouldn't be surprising. And I'm not giving you facts, I'm giving you correlations. And correlations are things that you see at play at the same time that may not necessarily equate to cause and effect, but it's interesting for certain reasons that you would see these two things at the same time. And so we'll start with ADHD. I haven't even been pulling up my notes. Let me get my notes back up. Oh, I spent a long time on treatments. Yeah, so oops, and I flipped them. So ADHD is, again, like I said, use big English words. Y'all use big English words like I don't know. I'm sorry. That's why I said correlation and I said things playing out at the same time. So ADHD is the most common comorbidity. So it's the most common disorder that you will see happening at the same time.
I didn't know what that one meant either.
At the same time that a person who has Tourette's. So there's a whole variety of different studies, which is why there's such a huge range from 35 to 90%. So let's just go somewhere in that middle. So probably about at least 70% of the people who have Tourette's also have ADHD. ADHD is often usually due to a person not having a fully developed prefrontal cortex, which is the front part of the brain. The front part of the brain is what regulates. This is where you think. This is the part of the brain that makes us different from animals. So the back of the brain is where we do our seeing with. So the eyes, all the information from the eyes go all the way to the back of the head, and basically the whole back of the head is dedicated to sight. The back bottom is your cerebellum's back here, and the cerebellum controls equilibrium and balance and things like that. Then in front of there you have things.
What?
You have the motor cortex. So like right about there is where your motor cortex is, your ability to move, and your sensory cortex. So your ability to. So the signals coming into your body is one band, and then the signals going out to your body is the one right behind it. Yeah, so that's why we say we have eyes in the back of our head. Never thought about that. But the front part here, going all the way down to here, basically that front full curve of the head, that's the prefrontal cortex. And that's different parts are seen regulating different parts. And then that's where like the reason is, that's where our thinking, our logic and all that. And that's where our self-control can be run from. The problem we have with ADHD, again, ADHD is also another one of those disorders that tends to be a lot more prevalent when you are younger. It's also considered a neurological disorder or developmental disorder, so it's something you see in childhood. And it's also something that we see kind of subside a little bit as you get older. And it's because oftentimes the prefrontal cortex, where like the mental break of where you're like, I want to do that, but I want to punch him in the head, but I'm not going to. I'm going to hold out on that. The ability to inhibit, to stop that, comes from this part of the brain. And usually with people who have ADHD, a lot of this hasn't caught up to the rest of the brain. And so as you get older and your prefrontal cortex gets fully developed, you're able to have a little bit more of that self-control. So it's kind of not surprising that if you have a person who the basal ganglia that we talked about earlier, the filter part of your brain, is sending out signals and you can't really control what you're doing, naturally it would make sense that this would also align with a person who a lot of their inattention and ability to focus also comes from their brain not being fully matured. And then as they get older, it would kind of subside. Oftentimes you end up seeing the people with the hyperactivity and the moving around and the ability to concentrate. You'll start seeing the ADHD first before you start seeing the tics. So that's usually how that will naturally play out. And the challenge with having ADHD is you need to be able to have some focus. You can't really focus very well. You got to move around. You just feel restless. You need to move. And if you're having tics on top of that, that's gonna take up a lot of your attention. And then also, if you're having tics on top of that and you're trying to put your focus on suppressing them, then all of your attention is gone there, and now you are like fully distracted. It's like both of them stacked on top of both of them are stacked just on top of each other, and that's a tough combination. But that's also why when we look at this, if we look back at the comorbidities, the next one on the list is learning disabilities. Learning disabilities might not necessarily be like dyslexia or things like that. It may be you had a hard time learning, but and the reason why you might have a hard time learning is if you were dealing with tics and ADHD and the tics are making the ADHD harder, yeah, learning, processing information, gonna suck.
It's all working against you.
Yeah. So now a lot of times, one thing I didn't bring up is with medication, sometimes the medication that you take for depression or whatever your other diseases you might be experiencing are, sometimes those medications actually help, because what it's doing is, because let's say I have anxiety and I have GAD, which is general anxiety disorder, and I'm on a medication, let's say I'm on Xanax, and I have Tourette's. Because I have anxiety, it's making my Tourette's worse. But when I'm on my medication for my anxiety, now I feel a little bit more centered, and now my tics are starting to diminish as well. So by treating the one thing that's feeding into making the tics worse, it actually helps out. So a lot of times the medication treatment isn't even necessarily to treat Tourette's directly, but to treat the things that are like fueling the fire.
Babe.
Do I need to reach that?
Babe. No. Babe.
Oh, now I see why my teacher hated me. So.
Babe.
How long do you want this to go? Just kidding. I know it's not you.
But is it?
Now, the challenge with ADHD, though, is most drugs for ADHD are in the class of methamphetamines, which is also the same class that straight up meth is. And so but because they're different, they are different drugs, they just fall under the same category, but they're both stimulants. And so when you give a person a stimulant, when you give a normal person, a person who doesn't have ADHD a stimulant, it stimulates them. It's like it's coffee, it's caffeine. It's like, wow, yeah, I got energy, I'm not tired, I can go, I'm gonna do an all-nighter. Adderall, things like that. When you give a person who has ADHD medication, what you're actually doing is, because you're stimulating this front part of the brain, you're actually giving the front part of the brain the power it's always needed to help control and suppress. That makes sense?
Start lifting weights.
So, but your problem is basal ganglia, unless you have ADHD as well.
I don't think I do.
So, I'm just chilling and listening. Hey, Kirby, by all means, if you're finding something interesting or useful out of this, like, yeah, I'm glad. So there is a concern of, if you give a person who has Tourette's stimulant, are you making the tics worse? Are you actually causing the tics to come up? And there is a little bit of debate of like, more likely what we're seeing happen is when you give a person who has ADHD medication, then suddenly they have tics. Like the question is like, oh no, I gave them tics. It's like they may have already had tics that maybe they weren't even aware of, like the neck clenching, and didn't really realize it was a tic.
You clench your nuts.
But then once you start taking the medication and you stimulate it, well, then maybe your tics actually increase in severity. So you're really just drawing out what was already there. You say your ADHD has you fucked already, but at the same time, you're still maintaining focus here.
No, because I made a joke that there's a test.
Oh, okay, I got it. And so again, like I said, last point here is that the mind for a child isn't fully developed yet. So as their brain fully develops and those other kind of control things really kick online, then oftentimes we see ADHD and Tourette's subside at about the same rate. Is that a tic or you being obnoxious?
Both.
Okay. So OCD, the other one that's also very common. OCD, like the correlations here, which means I'm not going to explain what correlation means. The lineup that you end up seeing is that 60% of people with Tourette's also have OCD symptoms. They don't necessarily have OCD. They don't meet criteria for that, but they do have those symptoms. And 50% of the kids who have OCD have experienced tics. So there's a lot of overlap between the two. And when you realize what's at play mentally for both the OCD and tics, you can start to see that, oh yeah, that would totally make sense. So parallels to think of is tics are intrusive. Sometimes the tics sometimes the tics that Collywoggles, for example, have are things like, sometimes I've had to look at her and be like, is that a tic or not? And she's like, I'm not sure, because I was going to do that anyways, but then I ticked. And so those thoughts just sort of pop in the brain, and those urges just sort of pop in the brain, and they're just there, they just happen. You correct me when I'm wrong. I'm basically explaining what it's like to be you without ever having been you, like I know what the hell I'm talking about.
No, you're doing good.
And so with OCD, again, you have the same sort of intrusive thought, like, did I lock the door? I can't stop thinking about, did I lock the door? I need to go lock the door. And then you end up doing that kind of thing. And then, much like with OCD, where like the classic image we see is the person who goes and locks, unlocks, locks, unlocks, locks, unlocks, locks, every time they close the door to reassure themselves that they have locked the door. And if they don't do it that way, if they don't do it just right, they don't feel that relaxation. They don't feel like they've done that. And again, one thing I want to call out for anybody listening and who's not aware and is trying to categorize this, we give classifications and disorder titles to a set of symptoms that meet certain bullet points. That's not to say that you either got like, oh, you picked up OCD and now you have the OCD germ. Like, everybody is on a spectrum. We all experience these kind of things. When I'm highly stressed out, I've had times where I've left the house and I've gotten about a mile away from home and I've had to turn around and come back because I could not reassure myself that I had actually locked the front door. And so then you go and you try the door. And if I didn't try the door well enough, then as I head back to my car, I'm like, did I turn it enough to even test it? And so then I have to be like, oh, and then
Sounds so stressful.
And then I have to go back and be like, turn the knob and be like, okay, I did lock it. It is locked. Here we go.
Is that why you do that every time you lock the door? Because you do that every time you lock the door.
We're talking about you, not me. And so, but do I meet criteria for OCD? I do not. But it's much the same sort of thing where OCD is, you have to do that kind of thing where it's like, if I didn't go, like, this would be a chronic thing that the person would be experiencing all the time, where like, if I don't stand there and look at the lock and lock it and turn the door and force the jam and try to open it and shut it and make sure that it's shut, that might be a regular ritual every single time you lock the door, every time you lock the door from the inside, things like that, to reassure yourself that you're safe, that everything's taken care of. And so with OCD, like, there is the desire and the need that everything has to be done just right to make that anxiety go away. With tics, it's, you don't experience anxiety, do you?
Oh yeah, I have anxiety.
No.
Why do you think I pick my nails?
No, I'm talking about towards the tic itself. Like, if you don't execute the tic,
Oh, it doesn't make me anxious. No.
Okay. So my understanding is with OCD, with Tourette's, if you when you feel that you need to do it just right, it's to get that urge to go away. Otherwise, like, think about it this way. And again, let me know if this is the best comparison that I, a person who does not have the disorder, can understand. You know when you need to sneeze? Hey, thank you for the follow. When you need to sneeze and you hold it in and you do that kind of thing, it stopped the sneeze there, but like you still gotta sneeze because you didn't sneeze right. And then finally, when you do after you suppress it a few times, you're like,
please don't do anything loud.
And then finally, when you sneeze, you just like, ah, chew, and it's just ridiculously loud. But then after that, you're like, okay, I got that out of my system. To the best of my knowledge, that's what a tic is like.
Yeah. When
Awesome.
I don't do one just right, or someone reverses it, I was doing this chihuahua mood. I was at the dinner table and I knocked over the salt as a tic. I didn't tip it upside down, I just knocked it over. And so my dad picked it back up and I ticked and knocked it over. And because like he didn't realize that it needed to stay over, because if he picks it back up, then it's not complete. So I have to keep tipping it over. So yeah, it's like that. As for intrusive thoughts, every once in a while I have an intrusive thought to stick my finger up his nose. Just so yeah.
We're gonna do the rest of the thing like this, and you can just look at it. I've lost flies up there that have
Ew.
just like breathing through my nose. You watch them go. They're gone. They live up there now. So, scrolling back down towards my information. Oh, that's right. I'm up here. The other thing, intrusive thoughts, need to execute it just right. I know there's another thing that's not written. Do I have it in my notes? The other thing is with OCD and Tourette's is because of this kind of compulsion, this like these urges that come in, those intrusive thoughts, sometimes it's extremely hard to tell. And again, spectrum, this idea that you could be anywhere from 0 to 100 on this. It's sometimes hard to tell whether or not what you're experiencing is an OCD compulsion or whether or not what you're experiencing is a Tourette's urge. Sometimes that line is so finely blurred, it's hard to tell what one you're experiencing. Mm-hmm. So that's why it would totally make sense that you would have a overlap of comorbidity of people having both of the disorders. There's actually a what's else in the brain activity. So I'm just looking to see if I missed anything. The other interesting thing is there is a line of thought, not even a line of thought, a line of research that has started to kick in called Tourettic OCD, which is basically a hybrid of the two disorders. And the key difference between this for people who may be curious about Tourettic OCD, because I think you brought it up at one point. And
yeah, I did.
And I had to research it, is it's not, there's a difference between Tourettic OCD and people who have both Tourette's and OCD. Like Tourettic OCD is its own thing. And the way it works out is you, instead of having anxiety and worry and conscious thoughts that are building up your OCD tendencies and needs to perform rituals, instead what you're experiencing is more of like the urge feeling, like this physical discomfort, the somatic symptoms of like either tensing, tightness, weird feelings that you're like, if it was a tic, you would just do the tic and it would go away. But instead of doing the tic, you would have to perform whatever the ritual is.
I get that way after I touch things.
So, and that might explain where your germophobia comes in, because your germophobia would be kind of a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of OCD. Mm-hmm. So it's natural that again, Collywoggles in the beginning when we were talking about trying to figure out, like, do I really have this? I feel like a poser? I don't know. I just feel dumb. Like I don't even know what's really going on. Just imposter syndrome coming in. When you start learning about things like this, you're like, well, yeah, it's like it not like to do confirmation bias and be like, oh yeah, see that I read that on Google, therefore it has to be real. But you start to see these things and these things lining up, and it's like it really brings the rest of the puzzle together. And for me, I find that to be normalizing and helpful. I don't know how that is for you.
It's helpful. I wouldn't know about normalizing, but it makes me feel less weird. That makes sense.
You feel like less of an anomaly because this is a
Yeah.
thing that for me it's like the fact that you can put a name to it means that it's common enough that it's not like nope, you're just a freak of nature. We have no idea.
Yeah.
Why every time you sneeze your eyeball pops out. That's not normal.
You're right. It's not.
It's not. I mean, I don't like to use the word normal a whole lot, but I think that's a situation where we could say it's not normal if you every time you sneeze your eyeball pops out.
I've also been struggling with the word normal too.
The other key difference between Tourette's and OCD is with Tourette's, when you have an urge to do something, you can substitute, you can redirect, you can suppress. With OCD, the need to do it just right, you can't do that. It will not go away. It's because you're only going to continue to mount that. You have to do some exposure therapy instead to address it. Whereas you can, the all-time favorite, redirect.
I don't know if I know.
I'll start the story, and when you remember it, you can take over.
Okay.
So I have 2 girls.
It's a bitch. Okay, I want to tell the story. I love the story.
Let me just set up real quick. I'll let you tell the story. I just want to get the players involved. In fact, we're going to switch to the just chatting screen for this one.
This is the funniest story.
So here's how it played out. Not played out, but here's the setup. Is I am a divorced father, and so I have 2 girls. They have made appearances on the stream before. It's been a while though. And the oldest one is she goes by Pony Girl. And my youngest one is Pink Unicorn. You can tell which one's the princess. Pony Girl is the gamer. She really is. And she's 9 years old. And then Pink Unicorn.
I thought she was 8.
She will be 9.
Okay.
Their birthdays are coming up.
You're really
week.
making me second guess myself.
Anyway, so they're about to be both 9 and 7 because their birthdays are about to come up. We were doing bedtime routine, and Collywoggles will take the story from here.
Okay, so every once in a while before I tic and I say something, I can see the words for a split second just basically run across my brain. And so depending on where I am in the situation, I have a split second to be like, let's not do that. Maybe let's do something else. Let's use a different word or something. And so I had a tic, and I knew that what I was going to say was, it's a bitch. And my tic was directing it at the younger child, Pink Unicorn. And I guess subconsciously I knew that it would be bad if I did that.
She's the more sensitive one.
Because she's the more sensitive one. And so I held it back, and I did kind of just a neck jerk, and I didn't really say anything. And then the older kid comes by, and there's just no point of me holding it in anymore because I just can't. And it comes out, and I point, look right in the eyes, and I point right at her. I'm like, it's a bitch.
You went like this. You went like you dipped it because you also like hopped back too. Like if I was doing it to you, you'd be like, it's a bitch.
It was really funny.
And the thing about it is, Pony Girl rolls with it like a lot. She's very, very much. She's gonna be a very much a accepting person in her life growing up. And I think people are going to find her to be a safe person as she gets older.
I find her to be a safe person.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say shady person. I find her to be shady.
I think she's a safe person, and she's like 9.
And so, and she's strangely worldly. It's
because of you.
It's actually that might be given between that and the other thing that came up on stream the other day. That might be the top 2 nicest things I've heard on stream. But and that's the thing is like a Pony Girl can roll with it a lot more, and so she finds it funny. Pony Girl's having the struggle of being like, I find it funny, but then I feel wrong for laughing because I can tell you I'm not going to be a good parent.
Can I tell another story?
Yeah. How long of a story is it? Because I want to get more coffee.
Go get more coffee.
Okay. You have the floor.
So earlier in the summer, Gator and I took the 2 kiddos to a huge park. It was super fun, and I was really glad that they allowed adults. It was the Chutes and Ladders park, and I was really glad they let adults on there because we were climbing up in the park too. But my tics tend to act up around big groups of people, especially when they're looking at me. So if I do a tic and I notice some person's looking at me, I'm like 10 times more likely to do it again. And so we were at the Misters. There were a few other kids around there, and there were these two parents just standing off to the side. A Mister. Oh, it's like a little, it's an iron thing, and water shoots out of it so you can walk through it and cool off. It's like a sprinkler. Did you want to explain it yourself? Anyway, so we were hanging out over there, and there are these two parents here, and I ticked, and one of my ticks is to flick people off. And I flicked off Pony Girl. And she just rolls with it. But I flicked her off, and I saw these two other parents here, and they looked at me. And because they looked at me, I kept doing it again and again and again. And then by the end of it, we were leaving, and I just knew that these people were looking at me at this point. And I called out Pony Girl's name, and she turned around, and then I did it.
I forgot about that.
And it's just, no parents ever said anything to me. They didn't stop me and go like, hey, that's inappropriate. But I just knew they were looking at me like, what the hell is wrong with her?
That's good stuff. We're going to get into this thing about acceptance, and really it's that whole conversation of laughing with versus laughing at a person. But there's it's kind of like that one attitude of like, okay, well, you know, that shit's funny. I don't care who you are, that shit's funny.
Mm-hmm.
So back to this, you know, the whole thing that we've been doing this whole time. Tourettic OCD, we covered that. Again, like instead of having anxiety and worry and needing to do a ritual to make that go away, instead it would be you'd have like almost like a Tourette's urge that needed to go away, and that's the way you would take care of that. Where is the button? There it goes. So now we get into what we've been talking about, and I am going to act like an authority here, but I fully expect Collywoggles to take over.
Hi, Zoe.
Zoe, we give Zoe a shout out.
Yeah.
Zoe, we saw you were playing Phasmophobia today. How did it go? I'm not going to derail the conversation too much because I'm going to save this.
She's raiding.
Collywoggles, we have a raid from Zoe. As you can see, folks, Zoe has a little diamond next to her. She is a VIP. She's been a part
I'm
of
going
the
to derail
community
the
for a long time.
conversation just a little bit because I hopped onto your stream and you had your camera on and you're so pretty.
Aww. That's so sweet.
I just wasn't expecting it.
I think you're... my Collywoggles is here, so I'll just go like, I think you're not ugly.
Shut up. You can say she's pretty. Welcome in. We're talking about me.
Yeah, we're talking. Welcome to the Gator stream where we talk all about Collywoggles. So the reason why, again, so you haven't been here for a while, and even for people coming in who aren't familiar, the reason why we're having this this lecture stream today is, one, I am a mental health practitioner, and I've learned a lot about Tourette's. The reason why I've learned about Tourette's is in this last year, Collywoggles has experienced the onset and the diagnoses of adult-onset Tourette's.
Oh.
And so there's been a long journey to experience, and we want to fill in people on like what Tourette's is to kind of clear up misconceptions, but really then also just have this conversation about like helping a person accept, support, and because this also goes far beyond just Tourette's, but we're using Tourette's as the platform to really talk about that.
You bitch.
Yeah. So also, allegedly 10% of people who have Tourette's have corpulalia, which is...
That's corpulalia is echoing.
No, that's echolalia.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into that in the next page, but only 10% of people have the swearing tics.
I'm so special. I'm only 10%.
I'm willing to bet that 10% means that only 10% of tics are, because if you think about the rotation, which we'll get into,
yeah,
there's that conversation to be had too. So as we've said, Tourette's is, you can have people who have motor tics, you can have people who have vocal tics, but if you're lucky enough to have both, that's what qualifies as Tourette's, and you have to be experiencing that for more than a year, and it can't be because you're on medication, or not medication, but from substance use or on LSD or something like that. It has to just be
Tripping on acid.
So I'm quote unquote lucky. Yeah.
Welcome to the club of lucky people.
I use things not sarcastically.
I would consider it lucky because we're just that interesting.
Yeah. Not sarcastic. Hang on. Go down. Facetiously.
No one knows what that means.
Tongue in cheek. Like I say that, but kind of like when I'm like if I woke up in the morning because my ceiling caved in on me and it's raining straight on my head, and somebody asked me how my day was, I'd be like, oh, I'm just having a wonderful day. That's kind of what I meant by lucky. So anyways, Collywoggles is going to be able to add to the list. Yeah, I don't use big English words towards non-English people or others who don't. I do understand the fact that I am using terminology and phrases and words that a lot of people might not know. However, I'm also trying to explain an extremely technical thing in less technical terminology so that it is a little bit more understandable. And maybe you can't understand everything I'm saying, but you can at least get enough to walk away with something. And that's the limitations of me being me. I'm also an English major, so I know big words and old weird words.
Know so many big words.
So, anyways, tics have two components. You have motor tics, and you have vocal tics. So let's start with the motor tics because there's really not as much to say about motor tics. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. The two main categories you're going to have are simple and complex. So simple ones are going to be like that. Simple, sharp movements, blinking eyes. And then once you're more of your like throat clearing, I hear is one, neck twitching. And then you start to get into more involved tics where like I've seen both with Collywoggles and even in documentaries, I've seen people have like full body collapse where they're just like, whoop, and then they just like fall. Like their whole body gives out.
I do that. It comes with the vocal tic where like, hey, look, the floor.
True. But the one that's really, I think the most concerning one of those that I've seen Collywoggles do is the tipping backwards.
Yeah, I love that one.
Where she'll just be like, whoop. And then like, I'm like, if I catch her, then I am reinforcing the tic. But if I don't catch her, now we have a concussion to deal with. Or then I'm rolling the dice on that one. Like, if I don't catch her, is the tic going to be like, oh crap, I made a bad idea, and then it stops? Will it snap her out of the tic? Or will she just hit the ground? And so it's hard to, at that point in time, I have to go in for the effort of, I have to assume, what's most likely to be the least harmful behavior. And at that point in time, I guess I'm stuck catching her.
Stuck.
Due to my empathy and moral code, yes. The other one that's the motor tic that we find somewhat distressing is when she starts eating and she needs to like stab something and she just keeps stabbing the plate. That one, I think you did that around Pony Girl once where we were actually having steak and you just took like the steak knife and you're like stab. And Pony Girl, age 8, was just like, and she like got the chair and moved it like, hey dad, I'm gonna come sit next to you. Because I don't think it's like I have a little bit of fear and trust issues when she's around sharp objects as well. Yet I know that she has the ability to suppress and redirect if she really needed to.
And he also knows that I will stab myself before I stab any of his kids.
I'm just concerned about you stabbing, period.
Yeah, I know, but
and so like I get the camera more on. I said more on.
You're such a child.
So the me during Christmas stabbing
During Christmas, Gator's family likes to make round pancakes
Yeah. Oh, for people in Europe, they're called able skewers. They're Danish, I believe, or Norwegian of some form. You may be familiar with them. Anyways.
But they're puffy. And it was my first Christmas with the tics. And we were eating them.
Oh.
And I picked one up. And before I could even put it in my mouth, I squished it. And then I did that with every single one afterwards. Because it was unnatural. Like, pancakes are supposed to be flat.
Yeah, it was emphatic too. Like
I flattened people's I was eating out with my dad and a friend of his, and I flattened his friend's burger. Like the bun was just sitting a little too puffy, and I went like that on his hamburger.
I have a lot of experiences of her looking at my food and then just like shoving her finger in it. I'm like,
dip.
Yeah, dip's one that comes up a lot. Speaking of which, this might be a great time to bring up the other tic. That tic.
Ooh, the fun one.
Yeah, the fun one. So let's bring up this tic. For people who haven't seen this is Collywoggles at her early on. When was this one? This one was from 6 months ago. Do I have an exact date for this one? Do they tell me? They don't. But hey, roll it. Look at that face. It's understandable.
Oh wait, I can't hear it.
Oh. No,
I
got
have a towel.
I got it. I'm gonna lick it like a wounded cat.
This is the clip I'm going to show my doctor when I go see a neurologist.
All right, I'll mark it for a clip. So for those, everyone, go eat your ice cream somewhere else. It's understandable. That's just gonna keep repeating if I let it play. So yeah, that was 6 months ago.
He showed it to me before we started, and you were talking about my eyes locking like a missile launcher, like target acquired.
Oh yeah, so you could see the moment where she got the sensory input from her world to be like, for her tic to develop. Is essentially what it came down to. So is there anything else you want to add to this list of...
I can tell them a funny one.
All right, let's go. Well, is it a vocal or is it a motor? Okay.
It's technically both. But...
Well, if it's technically both, let's go to keep that one. We're going to go to the next slide, which is going to talk about the verbal ones.
Fine.
So
can I tell a sad story?
Yes.
Okay. This is where my ice cream shall land. Yes. So kind of sad story from when this was first developing and I did not have a diagnosis, and I've finally had that experience of people not being understanding about it. It was in a church. We were in church, you know, where God accepts all people and we love all people, right? I was at a small group and I went with my sister, and everybody else was strangers except for the pastor who wanted us to be there. And it was a really bad exorcist time. It was a really bad tic day, and I was just constantly punching myself in the head, like over and over, and I just like could not stop. And I was fine. Like it hurt. I couldn't stop it. Like that was a whole thing. But like me, I was fine. I was kind of like, I want to leave now, but I was totally fine. And then I noticed the people sitting across from me were straight up laughing every time it happened. And at first when I saw them laughing, I was like, oh, this is consequential. Like they're not laughing at me, right? And then I just noticed every time afterwards, it's like my subconscious, they locked on to these people, and I would do it and they would laugh. I'm like, you're laughing at me, aren't you? I'm never coming back here.
And she hasn't.
Luckily, I'm not Catholic, so the priest didn't want to exorcise me, but I think it was that same day we started talking about demon possession, and basically everybody in that room, except for me and my sister, believed that demon possession was a real thing. And every instance of demon possession that they talked about can easily be explained by a mental illness. And so I'm sitting here like, you guys think I'm possessed by a demon? Because I'm uncomfortable now and I want to leave. But yeah, so that was my first bad experience where I'm kind of like, oh, you think it's funny that I'm hitting myself in the head. Okay.
Moving on.
I've come to terms with it now, and now that they know my diagnosis, they feel absolutely shitty, and it makes me feel great.
But it does come to teach you, like, just with that, you shouldn't have to be able to throw a diagnosis at someone. Hey, thank you for
welcome,
Wholesome. Welcome in. How are you? Shout out.
Oh yeah,
we do shout outs.
I forgot that was my job.
That is part of your job.
Wholesome, shout yourself out. No, I'm just kidding.
We're going to move on to the second type. So vocal tics are technically a motor tic. Technically. But it is one that probably involves the language part of your brain on top of the motor part of your brain that's going to control your mouth. And vocal tics, quite often, as you've already seen from conversations, usually a vocal and a motor tic will be coupled together. And so vocal tics, for those of you who really need the clarification, vocal tics means saying something. And so certain tics that you'll get from that are echolalia, which is parrot talk.
I do that a lot.
Yep. So if I'm like, yeah, wow, she might tick and go, yeah, wow.
My favorite one ever is my sister answering the phone, and she's leaving the dining room, and she's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, hey, how you doing?
And then the other one is, that kind of goes in with that, I can never say, is that I'm going to skip down to the third one, which is palalia. Do you think that's correct? Palalia. Yeah.
It's so weird because it says repetition and it's just L-I.
Yeah, it's just a ton of repetitive things. Usually, I've seen echolalia and palalia go hand in hand, like they at the same time. So not only will she have a parrot talk, but then she'll also say
irritable bowel syndrome.
There you go. But she'll also say the thing repetitively. Actually, in the podcast, the Tourette's podcast we listened to, the best example I just heard was somebody was saying, you know, well, the gravity of the situation is, and then the person ticked and he was like, the gravity, ducks hate gravity. And so there you have the parrot talk and the repetition all in one. Mm-hmm. Now, corpulalia, again, is any form of obscenity. So whatever your cultural obscenities might be.
You're such a bitch.
For example. Otherwise, other things that can end up happening is you can have your indoor thoughts become outdoor thoughts. Because again, like I said, that when you look at the brain, you have three things at play. You have the part of your brain, the motor cortex that actually controls what you do. You have the basal ganglia, which filters what you may or may not do and chooses what signals go out. And then you have the thalamus, which cues you up to be able to do anything that you could do at any point in time. And so if you're already queuing up thoughts in your mind and things that you might be saying or planning to say or considering saying, or you're having those dark thoughts, you may tick. And like we were in Target today and we saw somebody who's okay, better yet. We watched a documentary where people the lady had a tick where when she would see old people, she would say, "Granny alert."
I developed that one.
And she picked it up. So she started, when we'd see older people, she'd be like, "Granny alert, Granny alert." Until we got away from the granny, or until the granny cleared out. So, and that's kind of, some of that's indoor thoughts of like, you're like, oh, that's an old person. You'd be like, you're an old person. And or otherwise it can be kind of random word association. It can be or even kind of like routine things that you've heard, kind of like catchphrases, like almost like, you know, like those little earworm songs, like you get those songs kind of stuck in your head, or phrases that you always end up saying. The one that's been coming up a lot when you're talking about the phone is sometimes when the phone rings, we hear her say,
"Call from."
Oh, I was thinking of the one about, that was actually a tick. But the other one about the, "We're trying to reach you."
Oh, I do that one so much. But it's paired with a motor one.
Is it? What's the motor? Oh, so you knock on the door and then do like, "Excuse me, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty."
Yeah.
That's me when I see an elder person.
I also, this one's less common, but my knocking tick, like if I do the knocking one and I do the car warranty, like 80% chance the next time I do it, it'll be the car warranty, but there's a 20% chance I will knock on the door and be like, "Hello, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?"
I forgot about that one. So again, another thing to remind is that idea between simple and complex tics. So a simple vocal tick is going to be whistling. It's going to be making a noise. It's going to be like meh, whatever it is you do. The more you can have very long, complex tics from people too. The longest one I've ever heard was the one that happened on that podcast, where the person was talking to his guest and he's like, you know, I've been found that the people at work are really accepting of my Tourette's. And the guy who's talking to ticked, and he was like, no, they aren't, Ben. They talk about you behind your back. You're so immature. You're so naive. You're so stupid. You need to learn. And he just kind of went on and ranted. And you could tell that it was a vocal tic. Actually, one of the telltale things, there's a few telltale things that I've noticed about vocal tics, is usually there's a motor tic that goes with it. So at least Collywoggles, when she first started having vocal tics, she would usually do the, I can't do it because I have braces, but she would do that, and then she would have her tic. The second thing, or a lot of times she does the neck thing, and then she'll do the vocal thing. The other thing is her tone of voice changes. She goes into kind of a, not quite a kid's voice, but a little bit of a little like a zany kind of voice. But I've noticed from listening to the Tourette's podcast that that's pretty common. Because so you'll have a person who's like, oh, you know, I mean, I do feel a little bad pretending to have tics for demonstration, but again, this is for educational purposes. But like having somebody be like, wow, it smells in here. You smell in here. You're so dumb. Yeah, it does smell in here. And then you can be like, oh, okay, that first part was a tic, whereas the second part that was actually deliberate. That was him. Which kind of comes back down to Collywoggles having that distinction between like, nope, that was Jeffrey, that was the tic, and as opposed to I'm Collywoggles and I said that on purpose.
I do accents sometimes.
Yes, which we're gonna get into some of this. This is kind of my favorite. This is my favorite. Is the concept of this is the second to last one on here. So I'll actually save that for last. So I never know whether or not this was a good thing to put in the beginning or the end. I gotta go. Thanks for having me to watch. I really enjoyed the stream. Time to sleep. Hey, Kirby, thank you for wrapping in. If you were finding this interesting, after this stream, I'm going to save it as a highlight video. So it'll always be available. You can come back on the stream. You can pick up where you left off. And if you're finding this information helpful to anybody and you like have somebody that you're hoping that you can explain and that they can understand, by all means, like direct them to it. Be like, hey, I was listening to this couple online, the GatorStumps, and then his partner Collywoggles, and she has Tourette's, and they had a lot of information. I feel like if you listen to them, maybe you'd have a better understanding of what I'm going through. By all means, like pass that information on.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm not doing this so that I can be like popular and win the ranks of people. It's like I've learned this information. I really think that it could help a lot of people. So that's why we're having this conversation. So in some respects, I feel like this slide should have come earlier, but I feel like this is a good spot for it too. Things to be clear about a tic. A tic, like sneezing, like yawning, like hiccups, it's involuntary. If you see a person tic, they're not doing it on purpose. Just like a sneeze, things can cause it to happen. And there are ways to bring it about. And as we talked about before, some tics have a premonitory urge. And usually that's like, you can either feel it, sense it's coming on, or you can feel the tingle or a tightness or something happening. Why don't you describe what some of your premonitory urges are?
Typically my only one is a little tingly up my neck. Otherwise, a lot of my other ones that don't necessarily involve my head, I haven't figured out the premonitory urge for that one yet.
Okay, so going back to your premonitory urge, can you go from the beginning to the end where you go from like green zone past the yellow to the red tic zone?
Yeah. So the only like correlation I have is when I was a kid and I would like have food poisoning and you could feel the stuff traveling up until you threw it up. So it usually starts down here at the base of my neck and it will travel up. It's typically pretty fast and it's just a little tingly. And then it kind of like once it gets
here, I have like
once it gets right about there, so it starts down here and once it travels up to here, that's when it will happen. And then the feeling just goes away.
At what point in time going up here do you feel like you don't have control of it anymore? Like kind of like your tipping point.
Probably like kind of past the middle, but pretty close to the top. So like if this is when it happens, right up here, this is when I'm kind of like, okay, this is happening now.
Oh, okay. The only thing I can relate to on that is I have, due to a neck injury when I was a teenager, I get migraines. Migraines are typically, primarily women experience migraines, but there is a small subset of men that experience them. And so mine will always start out as like a muscle tension, usually here. So like if I do upper body workout, push-ups and stuff like that, or even go to the gym, and then this is tense, I have to watch out because I may be getting a migraine. And the next day, so the muscle's tense, and then I can start to, because this is tense, obviously when one part of your body's tense, then like the surrounding area starts to get tense too as those muscles overcompensate. And that tenseness will slowly work its way up my neck. And much like the same thing, once it gets right there at the base of my skull, once it starts crawling up my neck, I can say to myself, like, I can press it, I can take medication for it, but it's not going to make the achiness go away. But then once it gets up to here, it's like I'm going to have a headache, and I don't know how long it's going to go. And the further up my head it gets, the more I know, yeah, I'm stuck with this, and then we're gonna ride this whole experience. And so I guess I kind of equate it to that in a way of being of looking at that tipping point.
Typically for me, I've noticed, instead of turning my head, I'll just use my neck, but pretend it's the back of my head.
Okay.
Typically I've noticed that once it starts, it's going to happen. Like regardless, but I have until it gets up to that point where we're stuck, that I can take that few seconds to redirect.
And you say going from here to here, or like from here to here,
from the base,
only takes a few seconds?
Yeah, it's only a few seconds.
Let me count that out. So you say a few seconds, I'm gonna say now, and then you tell me, imagine it going up and how long it would take. Ready, set, now. How long did that take?
It started like a second after you said no.
Okay, because I only got to 2.
Yeah, it's very, very fast.
Okay, so your premonitory urge is like a second and a half.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what it is for anybody else out there, but
it's different for my tipping back though.
How does your tipping back work?
That one I can feel like way beforehand. And it usually starts kind of with my head feeling heavy, but not heavy. Like it just starts kind of moving. And it's not the same feeling that travels up. It's kind of more just like slowly losing the ability to hold your head up. So it kind of moves around, and then I slowly...
Is it like a weakness?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it slowly tips back. But that one I can feel well enough in advance that I can be like, where am I? Where's my nearest safe person? And hold on to them.
So, there's a scenario that she does, and I just want to get an understanding as to how much of this is suppression or how much of this is delaying or just how that works. But there are times that we'll be walking, and like we'll have gone to Caribou, and she'll just be like, hold my drink, and then she'll tick, and then she'll be like, okay, thanks, and then she'll take it back.
Yeah, those ones, oftentimes those ones are after I've ticked a few times, and I don't know if it's like this primal feeling of it's like this is gonna happen again, or
premonitory,
whatever.
Primal is like
but it also has to do with whatever intrusive thought pops into my head. So like that one time when we were having like grape juice or something, and I was walking it to the table, and I was like super anxious and trying to get you to take it. That was because my intrusive thought was to dump it.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Yeah.
But when you get to that point where you like try to find the nearest safe person or try to pass something off, are you just racing the clock at that point in time, or are you actually actively suppressing at that point?
Oh, that's what you mean. No, yeah. I'm suppressing.
Okay.
I'm holding it until I know I'm not going to spill grape juice on the carpet.
Okay. That's what I'm curious about.
Okay.
I'm curious the difference between what's a premonitory urge versus because we'll get into suppression here in a little bit. Speaking of which, let's get back to the slides. So, like we were just talking, like I'm going to skip around a little bit on these things, but like we've talked about before, they can wax and wane. And there's different reasons for them to wax and wane. And some of it may just be the course of your Tourette's over the course of several months, where you may go through a spell where you're like, kind of like allergies. You might go through a spell where you're like, nah, I really haven't been dealing with that lately. And then next thing you know, like things have picked up. There may be environmental reasons for it, which I'll touch on a little bit later. But
Did you hear me squeak?
yeah, I did. You sound like, I thought you were like imagining picking up a mouse.
No.
Because she reached over here and did this.
I was picking up a hair off of my clothes.
Oh, is that what that was? And as you've probably noticed, tics are very susceptible to train of thought or suggestion, or like if you get those intrusive thoughts. And then it's a lot like when you think like, whatever you do, don't think about...
Sneezing. Achoo!
Yeah, see, so that's actually... Her brain was like, what's he gonna say? And then...
Because you always equate it to sneezing.
I was gonna say elephant. Like, don't think of an elephant. And then what's that naturally gonna do? You're gonna think of an elephant. You're gonna picture an elephant. You're gonna be fighting off that image.
There's an elephant.
So when you get an intrusive thought that pops in your mind, the next thing you're gonna be like, it's gonna be like, don't tick, don't say that. And what are you doing? You're sitting there like, there's a bitch. Or
there's a bitch.
Or something.
Thanks for breaking me.
It was a safe tick.
It was. I was just cupping the microphone.
Yeah, she did this right around the microphone. And so there's so much susceptibility to thought or suggestion. So whether or not it's her own thoughts and being like, oh crap, now we're doing that. Like there was the podcast, the documentary of the lady in the UK. She was at one point talking about like, great, like when you think of something, maybe that'll cause you a tic. And she's like, oh great, now because I thought of it, I can see it coming. And she was like, Hail Hitler.
Yeah. That happens to me too.
So it's very easy to run down that path. And some of that, you could probably do a little bit of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, about like what can you do to distract your thoughts and curb that. And that's its own little project too. But
that's why the license plate game is almost always effective in making me tick.
Oh, yes. So we have the license plate thing. One, because it's a fun way to kind of fill in things. But two, when we drive, we'll see a license plate. I don't know what the license plates look like where you are, but our license plates will have 3 letters and then 3 numbers. And so when you're driving a long distance or you're bored, or just with what my mind does, is I see those 3 letters and I'm like, can I make that an acronym? So like if I see FLG, I'd be like...
Fuck little girls.
I would say fat little guy was the first ones that came to my mind. But
the license plate game was something that we played in the early parts of our relationship too. So it's just when I started developing tics that it became a whole different thing. And
so when I created this as a channel redemption option, of course I was like, is that going to be okay with you? Because that's probably going to make you tick. And she was like,
it was kind of my idea because it can get pretty funny.
Yeah. And so again, that's a suggestion. When she sees an acronym and you're like, what's that stand for? Then her brain's like, there we go, got something.
So I was up at my grandma's the other day and my uncle came over and he works for a company and I don't remember the company name, but it was CHS. And we were sitting down and my grandma asked him, what does that mean? And before he could even answer, I was like, can't have sex. So it's not even just the license plate game, it's just any acronym.
Well, I mean, the license plate game is an acronym thing,
yeah.
But we were doing that with my mom too. We were driving, I don't know why we were driving with my mom, but I know I was starting to read them off, and the tics you were having, you were saying some rather obscene things, and it was actually making her quite uncomfortable.
I don't remember that.
I remember it, but I don't remember. It was still kind of like in that exposure period towards working, be like, hey, this is a thing, and be like, let me show you. Now to the point that I find interesting, I know I'm going to use the word fun, but the thing I find interesting is the rotation of tics. And so there's a few things that go into play on this. One, the way I picture, the best metaphor I've had for explaining the rotation of tics, I'm seeing how we don't need to read the rest of the slide at this moment. The best way I have explaining rotation of tics is, imagine if you're playing a regular deck of cards, 52 cards, and you're playing rummy or hearts or something or whatever is common for you, not cribbage.
I love cribbage.
Right, but a game where you will be drawing a card and then like discarding a card, and you're continuing to rotate your hand to try to develop better. When you start out, you have a set of cards and you have they have a certain assortment. And so you're discarding some and you're picking up new ones. And then after a few minutes, you look at it and you're like, I have some cards that I've been hanging on to, and then these are new. That's kind of what having tics are like, where there will be an assortment of tics that are very common and they're part of your repertoire.
Who the hell is Bucky?
I like that tic. Then there are ones that will come and go more regularly, and then there's some that you think stick around for a while, and then they go away, and you're like, well, that's not part of the makeup anymore. And then there are ones that go away, and then they'll come back again. And so, like, even listening to the podcast, anytime the host realizes that he's talking to somebody who has a significant other, the conversation is always like, how did you break the news to them? How did they receive the information? What do they think of your tics? And his significant other was like, I actually miss when you used to do that tic or that tic. And I totally related to that, because when Collywoggles first started to have vocal tics, they were always in a fake British accent trying to do Harry Potter.
I know exactly why that happened, and I also know exactly why I just said who the hell is Bucky, because I was thinking about the rotation, and when it first started, I was reading a lot of like Harry Potter fan fiction, and I was thinking about Harry Potter a lot because I was bored all the time.
You also lived on the Harry Potter floor at school for a while.
I did. I'm obsessed with Harry Potter. I really love Harry Potter. But I was reading so much Harry Potter fan fiction at work instead of doing homework that it was just constantly on my mind. So I was always ticking Draco Malfoy quotes. And when I stopped reading like the Harry Potter fan fiction, I'm reading the Harry Potter books, and that doesn't cause the tics, which is weird. But I started getting into Marvel stuff. Like getting more into Marvel stuff, and so now every once in a while I take Marvel quotes instead. What?
I hate Bucky.
He hates Bucky.
I just like, if you want to be gawking over Chris Evans, fine, I get it, America's ass, okay, but like, yeah, we're not going to go down that road right now. We're here to talk about Tourette's, people. So so the rotation of tics. So sometimes it's nice because I see some tics come into play that I'm like, that's a really concerning tic. That actually kind of worries me. Or, oh my God, that looks like it hurts. Like, for a while you were having tics where you were like just punching the hell out of your chest.
I still do that.
But for a while you were like, it was vigorous.
Yeah.
Like, but that only lasted for like a week, and then it kind of cleared out.
Yeah, the really vigorous ones cleared out. I think my body got tired of feeling like it couldn't breathe.
Oh, yeah. That would do it. The other thing I don't have listed on here, but it does kind of go into like the suggestion, is people with Tourette's, when they meet each other, they can basically trade off tics. Like, if you start seeing a person who has a tic, that tic might become your tic for a while. An example that doesn't have to do with Collywoggles is a person that they talked to in the podcast was like, I used to only have motor tics, and there were very simple ones. They'd be like a little twitch or here and there. And when I was hearing somebody talk about their tics, they said they had a clapping tic, and I was like, oh, I can't imagine doing a clapping tic. Like, how would you have that much fine motor movement to do a clapping tic? And then within a week, she's like, and then a week later, my tics decided to show me. And so then I'd be like,
I developed a lot of tics from other people with Tourette's, because before I started developing my own tics, I was on the Tourette's side of TikTok, because it pops up because it's really popular with people because they think it's like hella fucking funny. And so when my tics started developing, I was taking tics from other people, and they eventually developed into my own thing. There was one that I saw, she's a streamer, and she ticked a whole song, a whole rap about having a dick.
I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah. And so I took on, the first line was like, let's talk about my dick. And that developed to my whole thing now, where it's like, I have a dick. My dick is bigger than yours.
She likes to say I have a small dick a lot, and she also likes to tell me, you left your dick in the car.
I do that a lot. I did that to a guy. He was a my mock trial coach, and he knew that I had Tourette's, but it was just he came out of the kitchen and I'm like, you left your dick in the kitchen. But yeah, I pick up tics from a lot of people.
And to clarify, when she says I pick up tics, it's not like she's doing it on purpose.
No.
It's because you have the exposure, because you see another person who has the tic, like it again, that intrusive, that suggestive thing, it gets the thought in your head.
Mm-hmm. There was a tic that I recently started doing that I know I picked up a long time ago before it all even started, and it just popped into my brain the other day.
Brains are fun.
Oh yeah. It's a beetroot.
Yeah, where did the beetroot one come from?
That's the one I was talking about.
Okay. Because beetroot to me is like, oh, Minecraft. I didn't know you cared about beetroot because it's beetroot in Minecraft. Who cares about beetroot? So next up on the list here, we have contributing factors. Yes. So question becomes like, what makes it better? What makes it worse? And we've talked about medication, we talked about treatment, but I'm talking about just like in the ebb of the flow, day by day kind of thing. And here you'll actually see a little bit of that overlap that you would see also with ADHD, for example. And so I think this really demonstrates a huge lineup with ADHD. It's like, how do you control the inattention? How do you control the ability to stay focused? And how do you stop being restless? Same kind of question. What works best for tics to keep them at bay or mellow? And it really turns out to be the same sort of thing. So stress, there's a certain level of excitation. You have to be at that perfect level of not too stressed but not too bored, and that's really what it comes down to. So on one end, if you're feeling really stressed and anxious, or even good anxiety, like, oh yeah, I got all this stuff going on and I'm super excited, you can be caught getting that kind of ticking going on. And stress doesn't have to be mental stress, it can be physical stress. So there are times where it's like, if somebody's sick and you have that kind of strain, if you have a lot of muscle tension and whatnot because you've worked really hard for the day and it's just all built up in your body, if you're just generally tired or exhausted, anything that's going to kind of like make you feel haggard on Harry Potter, on a physical or emotional, because I mean the mind and the body are all connected, it's all the same thing.
You're a wizard, Harry.
It's deeper. And so all of those things can feed into causing the tics being worse. So let me ask you another thing about it. When you're feeling sick, do you find your tics are worse?
No.
Like, how about with like when you've had the motion sickness, car sickness and stuff? Like you had that the other day?
No.
Okay, well, okay. I don't believe I'm wrong, but I don't think that applies to Collywoggles specifically. And then at the same time, you have like the opposite side. If you are bored, if you're inactive, if you're sitting around, that will make it kick up too. So telling somebody who has Tourette's to be like, just relax, calm down, like that's actually not what needs to happen.
So unhelpful. I think that
so as you said, you find that sweet spot in between. You want to make the best environment you can put yourself in is being calm, relaxed. And if you can be hyper focused on activity, much like the person with ADHD, so if you can put them in front of a TV, or you give them a fidget cube, or she does a lot of coloring, and that will help too, or like diamond art or things like that. Anything that takes enough focus that your brain, the neural activity in your brain,
Sudoku,
can't be dancing around trying to do tics, instead has to reallot that energy elsewhere. Those things are the things that are going to help a person who has tics. Do you have anything else to add to that? What else helps you?
All the focusing, like the reading and stuff. I notice my tics will change when I'm tired. They won't stop, but they'll be different.
How?
The neck one, where I fall backwards, will happen a lot more. Just when I'm tired. I don't do a lot of the more complex ones when I'm tired. It's more of like the jerkies.
So even your tics get tired.
Yeah, even my tics get tired.
Like, we're gonna still be here, but we're not gonna put the effort in.
I noticed I go late night swing dancing, and there was one night where, first of all, it was really late. We were dancing a lot, and I was ticking a lot. And I noticed as I started getting tired, I started doing that falling one a lot more and like kind of swaying back and forth.
And so I didn't touch on this specifically, and we're going to talk about it, but when we talk about stress and anxiety, that also means being self-conscious. If you were preoccupied with you and your tics and how people perceive you, that's gonna make it worse. I'm still here just listening and absorbing. Awesome. Zoe, it's nice to let you know, that you check in and be like, hey, I'm still here. It's very supportive. Thank you. But there is that, and that's again where we come into this challenge of acceptance, is the and becoming comfortable with yourself. Is if, like what Collywoggles talks about when she goes swing dancing with the ladies, if they all have partners and she's standing on the side like waiting for somebody to dance with her, as she puts it, she's like, it feels awkward when I'm by myself and I'm just standing on the side, quote unquote, ticking like a weirdo.
I will tick way less when I'm by myself.
Do you?
Oh yeah, I tick way less when I'm by myself.
Why?
Because I'm by myself.
Wait, by yourself as in like home alone, or like on the
by myself, just me.
Because there's nobody there to observe you.
Yeah.
Do you tick equal to or less when you're not around me?
Less.
Okay.
But it's only like less when I first get here. You know, like when we're reacclimating basically.
Right.
But near the end of the weekend when I'm really, really mellow, it's about the same.
Okay.
My tics are like attention whores. We'll only do it when people are paying attention to us.
I kind of picture what you're saying. Like the closest thing I can equate to that is getting in the zone. Like as a writer, I do my best when I can fully like just absorb myself in what I'm working on. And if I know there's somebody else floating around, I can't perform at my best. I just, a little part of my brain is still paying attention to the fact that there is another person around, and they may see me, they may observe me, they might come in and interrupt me and catch me off guard. And I can only imagine that that must be similar for what you're talking about, like being around another person. That's why I don't take offense when you're like, oh, you tick more when you're with me than by yourself, is I can see it being like, yeah, because you are being observed.
Yeah, I saw this video of another woman with Tourette's, and she was basically like, I tick more when I'm by myself because I'm comfortable. And I'm like, see, I don't, because I am comfortable, and I can still be comfortable and tick, but I will tick more when I'm not by myself.
You're bringing up again another thing that's going to be really good, and that we'll be coming up to in a second. But before we get to that piece about this ticking more or less depending on whether or not you're around other people or not, we're going to dive into, actually we're going to bring up this last point here that I didn't read, is like sometimes tics don't have anything to do with how well you've regulated yourself or anything else. Much like allergies, much like the weather, like there are days that are just bad tick days and there are days that are just good tick days. So like we'll check when she's having spells that are just kind of like a rough day, we will check in and say like, okay, what are contributing factors? Are you feeling a lot of stress? Are you tired? Is something really bugging you? Have you eaten? Things like that. Anything we can check off the box to try to get her physiologically level. And we could go through that list and ultimately come out and be like, no, it's just a bad day for tics, I guess.
And I really appreciate that. Like when we go over the list and I'm like, I really don't know, and you're like, that's fine. I really appreciate that.
Well, I don't want to put the pressure on you of you feeling like you're supposed to know this. Why aren't you an authority of you? Figure your crap out, woman.
Jeffrey's not talking to me today.
Again, I'm gonna go back. I should put that link or the link somewhere for the woman who the 40-year-old lady, because she was talking about she had finally gone out to a really nice dinner with her family, and they got a room. It wasn't really in a corner, but it was off to the side. Yeah, if you put the link in it. I think it's even called like 40-year-old woman mother Tourette's. Anyways, they went out for a really nice dinner, and it was her husband, their kids, and then I think they even had her son's new girlfriend went too. And afterwards, because it was a documentary, and I was following them around for a year. And so they pulled her aside for like that interview thing where they what's it titled?
40-year.
My mom got Tourette's.
Medical documentary.
Is that going to stop? We're never going to point at that again. Okay.
Anyway.
Well, no, because I actually clicked on it, and I thought it was going to bring up the tab for me to look at, and it didn't. Where am I at? Here we go. So, anyways, they pulled her aside to interview her afterwards. So she's still in the environment and things going on, and she's trying to talk, and she is ticking just really bad and a lot and fast. And through her tics, she's able to say, I had a really good time. I felt really relaxed, even though my tics were greater than normal and they were going like crazy. Like, I was feeling good. And so Collywoggles has gotten to the point of not disassociating, separating herself from her tics by
Give me my tickets.
By saying
that wasn't a tic, that was just me.
I know. By saying, oh, Jeffrey did that. Because I think you landed on Jeffrey because we didn't have a diagnosis, so you weren't able to say, oh, that was the Tourette's, or oh, those were tics. So, and you weren't comfortable giving a name to something and owning something that you didn't actually know you had. Mm-hmm. So Jeffrey became a substitute name instead. Anyways, it's interesting to know that Jeffrey can be doing his own thing and be like, today I'm on duty, and just keep going. But then she can still be like, even though that's happening and my body is doing that, like I myself, my own personal experience, I can be separate from it. But that also takes a certain level of acceptance of yourself and acceptance of that this is a part of your experience. And that's a long journey. And not only is that a long journey and takes a lot of support and acceptance from the people around you, but that's also, it's not something like a destination. You get there and then you're good to go. Like you're gonna have your days where you're like, and now today I feel self-conscious. It's today I'm in that head trip game and I can't get away from that.
It also helps with how people react to it. A good example was for my birthday, I went to Can Wonderland with my friends. I was having a super good time, but I was ticking a lot. And that didn't stop me from enjoying myself. Like I still had a super fun time, but there was this younger guy who was working there, and he was helping us out because one of my friends is vegan and the other one's vegetarian. So it was this whole thing of trying to find food.
So you had water.
But there came a point where I called him something really mean, and usually I won't tell people like what's going on, because like if they wanna like draw attention to it and ask, they can do that. But once I kind of am rude to a stranger, I'll be like, hey, this is why I did that, like I don't think that about you. And the worker there, he was super nice about it, and he was like, yeah, that's totally fine. And then the rest of the night, my tics were just constantly making this poor guy blush, because I'd be taking him like, you're really cute.
So was this one of those things that he was now a safe space to tic, or was this like a challenge accepted? Like, which way do you think Jeffrey went on that one?
It's hard to tell. I think it was a safe space, because I know how my tics get when it's like challenge accepted, and they're way more brutal.
Oh, kind of like when you went to
the
hardware store, and they're like, you're making me uncomfortable, and be like, bitch.
Yeah. So I think that was more of a...
That wasn't with me, by the way.
No, I wasn't with him. But yeah, that was probably more of a safe space, because I also met a guy last night who never drew attention to it, and I drew attention to it when I called him a rude name. That's like my line, is like, when I'm mean to you, I'll tell you what's going on.
She doesn't tell me what's going on. I have no idea what's going on.
But he was super nice about it too, and he He even said, like, I figured that was what was going on, and I also figured that if that was what was going on, I probably shouldn't draw attention to it. So he immediately became, like, a safe tic space, too.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
See, there are good people out there.
The younger generations. The older generations, they're just brutal. I'm hungry.
So, go get something to eat while I explain this next thing. Luna bar.
Oh, I want one. Can I have
So-
your last lemon one?
Yeah, go for it. Or you can try out the orange one. Get off my lawn! Stop ticking in my grass. All right, folks. Now, this one I can talk about with expertise. Collywoggles can talk about it a little bit more, but this is really more about my personal experience dealing with this. I say dealing like it's a problem, but it's not. But this part that's scary. So there's something called a tic attack. And a tic attack is, you've seen Collywoggles start to go open that somewhere else.
No.
A tic attack is when, like, if you get into like that repeating thing where you're like, no, mom, mommy, that could go on for a while. A tic attack is when it happens, it just doesn't stop. It just keeps going and going. And honestly, it can look like a seizure. There's a key difference, though, between a seizure and a tic attack. With a seizure, what ends up happening is the brainwave activity in your brain, if you were to see it on an EEG monitor and you see like the normal activity going, it looks very much like the difference between on a seismograph before an earthquake and during an earthquake. And basically, it goes so rapid fire during a seizure that basically all sense of consciousness goes offline, and that person is just, I don't know what that means.
Fire.
Oh. And it just like that person's offline, and you know they are shaking and they're having their seizure and their eyes are rolling back and things like that. The difference for a person who's having a tic attack is, even though it may look like a seizure, that person is 100% conscious and aware of what's happening. They have no control of it. They're pretty much just trapped inside their body during this experience. And that, I imagine, can, if it's not frustrating at the very least, can be absolutely terrifying. And so I'll give you, there's 2 tic attacks that I recall happening with Collywoggles of note. But for a person who's having a tic attack, oftentimes they look like the way you would approach it as a supportive person is very much the same. There's a little bit of nuance, though. Did Jeffrey not want it?
I was.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, there, Julia. Your real name. Collywoggles has had a tic where when she gets to a point that she's had enough food, or the easiest way to describe it is when Jeffrey has decided that she's done eating, even if she still wants to keep eating, she'll have a tic where she'll spit it out.
Oh, is that what you thought happened?
Yeah, so that's what I thought had happened. Is I thought you were eating the Luna bar and then you went and spit it out on top of your computer.
I leaned forward because I had some of it stuck, so I went to go get it out.
Yeah,
I can see why you would think that's what was happening.
So, and she's had times where like she's tried to put food in and will immediately spit it out, and finally like it can be a perfectly good meal that she's like, oh my god, I really wanted to have more sushi, and I ordered it and it smells great, and one bite in she can look at it and be like, and I guess I don't get to eat this tonight.
Yeah, it also happened. Usually when it happens, it's mid-meal. I'm still hungry, but I guess Jeffrey's not hungry, and so then I just go hungry until we decide we can eat again.
Are you ever able to out-battle Jeffrey?
No, but I will try.
Okay.
There's times where I've been like this close to finishing my food, and so I will just fight through it, and just every time I take a bite, I will tic. So yeah, I will fight through it. It's not fun, but at least I finish what I'm eating.
So sometimes you just have to eat for sustenance purposes.
Yeah.
And until I listen to the podcast, when I listen to the Tourette's podcast, which I want to continue to promote because it's been very helpful for both of us for different reasons. in our 2 different roles between a person with the disorder and a person in the support kind of role, and trying to be there for the person, understand what they're going through. There was another person who, and the reason why I got the phrasing of like, nope, I guess I don't get to eat that, is because that's what that lady said when she said she would have food tics as well. I'm like, oh, Collywoggles needs to hear this. Like, knowing that it happens and knowing that it occurs to people is one thing. Hearing the other person actually say it really makes it click in a different level. So anyway,
I didn't know food tics were a thing.
I'm pretty sure at this point in time, anything you experience is a thing.
Is a thing.
Not just like a you thing, like is a thing. Like,
do you want the story of my first tic attack?
We're not to that point yet.
I thought we were.
We're almost there. I got derailed by the food thing though.
Yeah.
So the difference, the way you would approach a tic attack is much the same way you would approach a seizure, but there's a little bit of nuance, because we do have to keep in mind that the person is lucid. They're trapped in their body doing a tic, but they are fully aware. So there have been times, you may have even seen it, where Collywoggles is doing something and I'll look at her and be like, yeah, because at one point in time you did this thing where you had your fingers like this and you're like here with your mouth open, you're like, ah, and you're just sitting there, and I was like, are you good? And the reason why I'm asking is, are you good, is I'm not over here like, are you done yet? It's the reason why I ask if she's good is it's my quick way of asking her, like, is there anything you need from me? Is there
He's
anything
also checking if I'm breathing.
Actually, I wasn't then, but now that you mention it, yeah, for a while she had a tic where she would hold her breath. That was always scary.
Yeah, it was always, it had like a course where I would sit and I would hold my breath until I panicked, and then got like super duper scared, and like right when you would get to the point where, like, if you were underwater, it would be that point where you would be like, well, my brain's taking over and I'm taking a breath in. It would be like right when I got to that really freaky moment that I would finally breathe.
Sorry, I saw toasters. And then I'm like,
you're telling me about how you can't breathe. Hang on, what?
No, I care. No, Toaster did this thing of like, oh yeah, I've been talking about hot dogs and Snickers. I'm like, is that on our Discord? And I swipe down and I see that there's at least one comment, the last comment, and I'm like, that's been on our Discord, hasn't it? By the way, folks, we do have a Discord channel.
I'll do it.
You can do that. Otherwise, there's a link right in the bio section. It's available everywhere for people who are interested in Discord, want to carry on this kind of conversation. We do have a mental health sub-channel, or if you want to just chat it up.
I can post my tic memes.
Yeah, you can totally post those. Why haven't you? But yeah,
I didn't think about it.
No, I didn't either. I've usually just, if I've learned interesting things while learning about mental health and studying, or really good quotes that I'm like, yeah, that really sticks to it, like I'll post those things there. But I still haven't gotten to this point here.
You're a bitch.
Much like there are things that, much like doing a tic attack, assisting in a tic attack is much the same as assisting in a seizure. Is like, things you can do are get that person to a safe place, whether it's clearing out the area around them, whether or not it's just making sure that they're not going to get harmed by the environment. There was a point where Collywoggles got stuck in, I don't know if it was a tic attack per se, but it was a very long tic. It might have been a good solid like 30 seconds, and we were walking through marshland on a wooden walkway, and she was close to the edge. And if she had fallen in, she would have been like 3 feet in the mire, and I would have had to dive in after her, kind of thing. And so when she started to have that tic and she got trapped, I was able to put my hand behind her back, grab her by the hand, and just walk her off the path and let it run its cycle for a bit. And whether or not it's much like a seizure, if you decide, hey, we're gonna make sure we get you out of the kitchen and get you on the carpet, try to move you onto a couch. The other key thing is, because the person is conscious, you can normally, even if they're stuck in a tic, they may still be able to control another part of their body to communicate with you. And that way you can look at them and you can be like, what can I do? What do you need? So there are things that I do depending on Collywoggles tics. Like, there's sometimes just let them go. And they're going to run their course. And I think to some respect, much like that, doing the tic just right, I think letting it run its course is probably the best way of clearing it out. Yet there are times where it's like, she's not breathing. I might do something. And this, again, it's per person, it's per experience, and you have to know the person and know what they're okay with.
Yeah, if anyone else did this, what he's about to explain, I would have probably killed them.
But I'm in a position, because of our relationship, is I can see that she's experiencing a tic, and I can try to do something to disrupt it. Sometimes it can be something that will really just throw her off, like coming up and tickling her kind of thing. There have been times I've blown in her face. There have been times that I've done that, and it's deliberately picking things that are a little bit of a nuisance, and it kind of just throws off the tics groove. There have been times where I can tell like she's beating herself, and I've had to grab her by her wrists and let her hold it out. And because I'm at a point I can judge that is maybe not exactly what she was hoping for, but she can at least be like, that is helping some fashion. Mm-hmm. It may not be stopping the tic, but it will at least be like minimizing the consequences. And that's sort of the thing, is if you can see, unless they have something very specific and you know that there's something you can help them break out of it, if you can assess for safety and you determine that they're okay, really the most important thing you can do is like be there for them, like just stay with them or just keep talking to them, because oftentimes I can imagine you might be psychologically having a panic attack at the same time. And if you can be there to be like, hey, it's okay, I'm here with you, let me keep telling you about my day, etc., something to kind of just draw the attention off. And there are a lot of times where you'll clear out, and then we just kind of keep going back to our routine. So, but yes, it is specific per person. So if you see, ultimately, like if you had a classmate who got into a tic attack and you didn't know what to do, like, one, make sure that they're okay, that they're not going to fall or hurt themselves, or that there's and then just be like, ask for consent. Be like, what can I do? Would this help? Or maybe suggest stuff. So
the grounding stuff is really important, especially for me. Like when I had that kind of stuck tic, I had my eyes closed on the trail that he was talking about earlier, and I don't know if Pony Girl was scared or what, but she didn't know what to do.
It was the first time she'd seen a full tic attack.
And she just like held my hand, and I don't think she understands how much that meant for me, was for her to just hold my hand, because it feels like I'm not alone. And so she did not know what to do, and she was pretty scared, but she just held my hand, and I was like, you're gonna make me cry.
So let's give some examples of tic attacks. I'm gonna go back to her. There's 2 tic attacks. I'll start queuing up the story, and if you want to fill in because you know the details more than I do, because you were there and I wasn't. The 2 ones that stick out to my mind the most, there was the one tic that wasn't too long ago that I held your wrists.
Yeah, that was during your stream.
Oh, that's right, because I was like, hang on, you could probably find it. It was a recent one. I basically was like, hang on a second, and I went to the intermission screen, and I went over and I just pretty much grabbed her hands and waited. And then she was like, okay, thanks. And then I went, all right, cool, you're okay? And she's like, yeah. And then I went and I came back from intermission. I actually was starting to feel a little bit of panic for her, and I'm like, I gotta go. Like, I love being here, I love streaming, but like this takes precedent.
I was like sitting like right next to him too,
but
just
also
off screen.
But also, if you're a person in a support role, like, don't get this like egotistical, like, I'm a hero and I'm here to save you. It's like, what can I do to help? I take it. I see a need, I fill a need, and then we're good. Okay, we go back to our regular life. Don't start to treat that other person as fragile, because you're actually at that point in time invalidating. So the 2 tic attacks that I remember being pretty severe, the one I wasn't there for, you were still on campus, and you said you got stuck in a tic attack for like 8 to 9 minutes.
I have a video of that.
You actually videoed that one?
Yeah, it started out, and there was like a minor part where I was like functioning, and I really had more control over myself, and I was like, I can feel this is going to be a thing. I'm going to film it because I was going to go to the doctor eventually, and because a lot of doctors don't always take women seriously, I was like, okay, this is my video evidence. So I videoed it. Yeah, I have a whole.
Wow. Do you want to describe what that sequence was like?
Sure.
And maybe if there was, or what that sense of it feeling like it was coming, it was going, and that you had the sense that it was going to stop? Like what that internal experience is?
Well, when tic attacks start, if it's not being stuck in a particular tic and it's just tics happening over and over and over, the way that I know that it's happening is the tics will happen over and over and over, and I'll be like, oh, this isn't stopping. But in that moment, I was just sitting on my bed doing homework, and they started happening, and I had a new one where I fell backwards, and I was on my bed, so I was just falling backwards into the bed. But I was like, okay, let's just film this and see what happens. And so it just kind of kept happening, and I was doing a series of like different ones, falling backwards, snapping my fingers, and eventually it kind of just stopped, and I was just sitting there waiting for something else to happen, because I was like, is this done? Like, are we done now? And then I took a nap because I was tired.
Yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention. Another challenge of and we have it as one of the bullet points, but tic attacks can either go until they just stop, for whatever reason, but also worst case scenario with tic attacks is a tic attack will continue until the person's body is basically done. Like you physically are no longer able to perform the tic anymore. So it can run a person completely to exhaustion. That's just, I don't even think you can imagine that. Like that's hard to picture.
It hasn't happened to me yet, but it's gotten me pretty close to being like,
The worst experience I think we've run into is I was conducting group therapy, and so I didn't get Collywoggles' phone call. And she left a message. And I think she called me, I think because I realized I missed her phone call, I'm like, I only have 20 minutes left at group, I'll call her back after that. The fact she left a message, I was like, that's odd. It's weird that she would have bothered with the message. And I'm like, something's up. And so as soon as I got done with group therapy, I listened to my message, and she was like, hey babe, can you call me back? I'm a little panicked because I can't open my eyes. And I don't remember if you said that in the message or not, but the key piece of it was it'd been going on for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was going on for a really long time.
And the only reason she was able to call me was she was basically able to go like, okay, Google, and then her phone would activate and be like, call boyfriend.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for that.
Did you want to talk more about that experience at all, or is that pretty much it?
That's pretty much it. I was just sitting there with my eyes closed. I don't know why it happened, but I know that the darkness had something to do with it, because they were clenched shut to the point of pain, and then when I went like this and covered it so it was completely dark, I could like settle my eyes a little bit. They would stay shut, but it wouldn't be clenching them super tight. And then I always get into this narrative when I'm stuck in a tic of like, just stop. Like you can be done now. You don't need to keep doing this. And so
then
like
almost like that outside judgment voice.
Yeah. So then I'm sitting there like, I can't open my eyes, and it's like, you should just open your eyes. You can just open your eyes. This is your body. You can open your eyes. So that's a whole.
So you almost kind of got into like an invertent shame cycle.
Kind of, yeah. It also happened when.
Kind of like a why can't I just suck this up kind of
attitude.
Yeah,
like a we can just stop now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I cut your thought off. Did you had it? Okay.
Do you want to know my first tic attack?
Yes.
I'm gonna see it. If you react to this, it was in January.
I feel like this was the 8 or 9 minute one.
In January.
Okay, maybe not. Continue.
So it was in January. Where was I in January?
You were at your internship up in wherever.
Yeah, so I was.
She was a good 4 hours away up in rural Minnesota.
I was completely alone. My roommate was not there because she had gone home for the weekend. And it was the first tic attack I'd ever had, so I had no idea what was going on. And it was in the middle of a mock trial tournament. And so I was sitting at the table and I was just continuing to tic. And so I got up to see if that would help. And I ended up just like laying on the floor with like the lawyers in the background talking. And I'm just listening to them. And I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. But that was my first one. I was all alone.
How long did that last?
I can't even tell you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Wow. Which is sort of a bummer because I knew about tic attacks by then, and I don't know if I
knew
told you
about them,
Okay.
but I just had never experienced one before.
There's a good video for tic attacks, and I'm not going to share it because it's pretty much going to cover what we just got done talking about. If you want to try looking it up on YouTube, look for like tic attacks, and if I see the thumbnails, I can tell you which one it is. But we're going to switch back over to the slides again and move on from tic attacks. Probably that one, that guy. Yep. Yeah, because you've seen that video now too. All right. So again, moving on to this information. So next thing we're talking about, like how rough it is to have tics. But there's a question that comes up in the podcast, and then I've done a little bit of research myself, is this question of like, are there advantages to having Tourette's? Is there like a superpower or a secret ability? Like sometimes you hear about people who have autism. Sometimes you have people who are, I don't know if it's an acceptable term anymore, but savants, where a lot of times the people with autism are actually like extremely good, like breaking down puzzles and doing math and things that normally people can't figure out and conceive of. Like they can do prime numbers way up to a high number, or like just with like retain unimaginable amount of information at a quick glance, and like stock market numbers and things like that. And it's like, okay, is there anything like that for people who are experiencing Tourette's? And the one that comes up the most in research is this is procedural memory, and is the people who have Tourette's often have great strength in procedural memory. And I could try to explain what procedural memory is, but ultimately this explanation that I found online by doing a quick lookup, and I'm sure if you Google procedural memory or what is, this quote probably is the first thing that pops up. So for people who either one are having a hard time reading the black on the blue, because I'm having a little trouble with that, or for people who are just listening, I'll just read this off. So procedural memory is the part of long-term memory that is responsible for knowing how to do things, also known as motor skills. As the name implies, procedural memory stores information on how to perform certain procedures, such as walking, talking, riding a bike. Delving into something in your procedural memory does not involve conscious thought, so you don't even think about it. Procedural memory is a subset of implicit memory, sometimes referred to as unconscious memory or automatic memory. Implicit memory uses past experiences to remember things without thinking about them. It differs from declarative memory or explicit memory, which consists of facts and events that can be explicitly stored and consciously remembered and recalled, or declared, quote unquote. Examples of procedural memory: musicians, professional athletes are said to excel in part because of their superior ability to perform procedural memories. Procedural memory is also important in language development. When you talk, you don't really think about it. You just words, as it allows a person to talk without having to give much thought or proper grammar and syntax. So people who have a strong sense of or strong abilities in procedural memory, and part of this is kind of like, okay, this is cute little information, until I started listening to this podcast that we keep bringing up. I'm looking at my bar. There it goes. Where's my, sorry, my frames are doing a weird thing. Looks like we're okay. We're back in the green. So that can go away. Sorry, I have too many windows up. Collywoggles looked at this at the beginning and she's like, geez, you have so many windows running. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot to keep in place. So things that you see strengths in, and often really strong commonalities along with procedural memory with people with Tourette's, are like they mentioned, like the musicians and things like that. Do you play an instrument? Are you decent at it? I would say you are.
Yeah,
so,
pretty good.
And then creativity, I'm going to skip ASL for a second, but creativity is another one where people who have procedural memory abilities, they also seem to be very creative people as well, which again comes back into feeding into this music. Or do you do anything else that you consider to be creative, such as
Drawing, painting,
writing,
embroidery.
And so these are things that she's just naturally gravitated to. And again, by listening to the podcast, I've found that a lot of people have naturally picked up a guitar and taught it to themselves, because they didn't have to go through the cognitive work of it. It just, they got the muscle memory, they developed the procedural memory, and then they're just good to go. And the other one that's interesting, again, that talk about language and not having to really think about it too much, is a lot of people who they've interviewed on that podcast have brought up the fact that they know ASL. They learned ASL, and even if they're not using it as a profession, they excel at ASL, and they like to incorporate themselves into the deaf community. And in some ways, what they say is like, a disability is a disability, no matter what form it comes in. So they like to learn ASL, and then they like to be able to give back to the community and support those people. What is your relationship with ASL?
I'm a legit interpreter.
Yep. So before she even really knew any of this stuff, Collywoggles got her undergrad degree in ASL, and will very shortly here be a professional ASL interpreter. It's like, again, back to this whole conversation of this wishy-washy, do we have it? I don't have a diagnosis. Like, you see these things line up and you're like, either one, this was meant to be, or two, you're like, you fit the profile. So
like Criminal Minds.
Yeah, only not at all. So
that one was fun for me, just hearing everybody be like, yeah, I do ASL.
Because you're on the phone with them.
Yeah, it was a cool correlation.
Yeah. So now I want to get into the experience of actually living with it. And the beginning problem that you run into with living it is getting a diagnosis. We'll talk about our journey a little bit here, which is actually her journey, but we'll talk about the journey of getting diagnosed to begin with. And I'm also going to touch on what happens to the people who have been, that I've listened to on shows and interviews. And oftentimes they've actually had to like pretty much diagnose themselves and then fight to get that diagnosis, to get it like verified and like validated, because they just get pushed off by specialists, or because you were just a person who went on the internet. Clearly you're an idiot, and just because you read about Tourette's, it doesn't mean you have Tourette's. And there is a certain amount of reality behind the fact that sometimes people, they suddenly got a rash on their arm, and now they're convinced that they have like melanoma, and they go to the doctors, and the doctor's like, please stop, no, like, let's just get some ointment, you probably have allergies.
That's why I never said that it was Tourette's before, because I was like, you're not gonna take me. I diagnosed myself. Yeah,
if you come in, you're like, I'm sure I have Tourette's, they'll be like, okay, here we go again. So there is that challenge where it's a little bit of not being taken seriously, and sometimes it's just like finding people in the field who just aren't familiar enough with it to be able to have the authority to give you that diagnosis, to be like, yeah, no, that is what it is. And so prior to this, Collywoggles was experiencing a lot of other kind of somatic experiences that would come for a while and be like relevant for like a couple weeks maybe, and then they would clear out. And so she'd been tested a variety of times and had MRI scans a variety of times, because there was at first it was like, does she have MS? Is there something else going on in the brain? They didn't find any sign of a tumor, which was reassuring. And the thing that's really frustrating about both Tourette's and MS is you may develop symptoms before they will ever the disorder will ever show up on a scan, because MS is multiple sclerosis, and what ends up happening is basically the wiring in your brain ends up getting like broken down, and then when it heals, it actually is healing with scar tissue. So over time, as you as a person experiences MS, the scarring gets worse and worse, and you start to see the scar tissue in the scans. But for a person who's initially developing MS, you're not going to see that, not until the scar tissue starts to develop. And so when we were seeing some symptomology from Collywoggles years before, we're like, is this MS? Because it could possibly be, because it's coming up as a negative result. And then from what I've described about Tourette's, another reason why you keep getting negative results is the fact that Tourette's has to do with electrical activity. Everything about it looks fully natural from the outside. You have the thalamus, which cues up information. That information goes to the motor cortex, and that tells your motor arms and stuff to go do their thing. The only thing that's really having the problem, as far as we understand, is the basal ganglia is not filtering everything. So how are you supposed to, in a brain scan, know which signals were or were not supposed to go through? That's a challenge that science try to figure out. So it was very much under the radar in that respects, and it's not going to come up in a scan. It'll never come up in a scan, not in the knowledge that we have now. And so when you start to have negative results and you keep coming with these scans back, then people run into this problem of, if the doctors can't explain it, you usually get the phrase psychosomatic, which psychosomatic on a professional level, through a professional filter, the way psychosomatic is supposed to be presented and understood, and there's failures on both sides of the line with this, is psychosomatic is you are experiencing something that is presenting itself in some sort of physical fashion for you, whether or not you have stomach pains or whether or not you have like nerve pain and something like fibromyalgia. But the problem that we're running into is we are not, as a profession, able to, through our measurements, find an explanation that matches what you're experiencing. So we're at a point where it's psychological. We think that is what you're experiencing is due to some sort of psychological and neurological activity, but we can't trace what that is. Unfortunately, either through laziness of communication, miscommunication, misinterpretation, or just like burnout on both sides, what ends is the message that gets passed or that finally settles on is, it's all in your head, you're making it up, there's nothing going on, go home and get over it, knock that off. And then the person goes home feeling super invalidated, being like, they say it's all in my head. And then even Collywoggles has struggled with that, where they didn't have the conversation of, I don't have a diagnosis, they're telling me that they can't find anything, am I just making this all up? Anything more you want to add to those insecurities?
I really wish they would take it off of my charts.
The psychosomatic?
Yeah. I really wish they would.
And again, like some of the other things, like being misdiagnosed, like people could be misdiagnosed with ADHD, even though they may have both, or being diagnosed with psychosomatic. We don't call it hysteria anymore, but it's a conversion disorder or some other thing to that extent that is like just kind of a, I don't know what it is. It's sort of like when you go to the doctor and they do it there and you're like, I'm pretty sure I have pneumonia, and they're like, nope, you don't have pneumonia, you have virus. And you're like, well, what do I do about a virus? And I'm like, I don't know, we don't have shots for it, I'm not sure what's going on, we'll just call it a virus. And like, virus is the word that doctors often say when even they don't know what the hell's going on, but they can tell that you have a fever and they don't want to be near you because they think they're going to get sick too. So there's a reason why they call it a practice, and it is because the medical field only knows so much, and there does come a point in time where medical treatment and knowledge comes to an end to our understanding of what's going on. In the brain, the amount of knowledge that we've been able to amass about brain activity over the last 10-15 years is extensive, but it is certainly not all inclusive, and is nowhere near to like really like cracking the ice and figuring out what's going on in anybody's brain. But we're learning a lot more, and unfortunately things like this are hard to trace, especially when you have Dr. Google out there to be like, oh, you sneezed, well that means because you have cancer and you're going to die. It's like that
Cancer.
You just like Jeopardy buzzard that?
Yep, that's exactly what that was.
And the reason why this becomes such a thing, why this becomes such a huge concern and a frustration is because the range of function, the range of how bad this can be affecting you, it can be pretty bad. It can, like these are things that we're looking at things, when you talk about things like fibromyalgia and other chronic conditions that doctors don't know what to do with you, like, and if you can't get a diagnosis to get some sort of validity, or even to just be able to like prove it and be like, no, see, here's my diagnosis, it's written down, I can actually validate And I've had professionals actually say that it's not all in my head, rather than what we have experienced, where it's like, oh, it's in your head. Noticing my activation.
Yeah.
The thing that I am losing my momentum on my point here. Yeah, it's totally gone. My segue totally wiped that out.
He got heated.
A little bit. It'll come back to me.
Bum, bum, ba, 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 ba.
Maybe it'll come back. Oh, yeah, that's why I have bullet points. It's a cue. There we go. But the problem is, like, while the doctors are busy not figuring out what's going on and passing you on from specialist to specialist, it doesn't change the fact that just because they can't figure out what's going on doesn't mean that you are experiencing something real that is affecting your ability to live. Imagine, Collywoggles here, learning ASL, developing a career, and suddenly you have you find you're twitching and you want to work with kids in a school setting, and you are swearing and being concerned whether or not you're even going to be able to do your signing anymore, or whether or not your tics are going to get in the way, realizing that whatever's going on and they're not willing to treat you because they're not willing to put a name to it, or not being able, or even being able to take you seriously because you are a young woman, because let's face it, there is still the bias out there. And if you don't think there is, be a woman and go to an auto shop and listen to them kind of just shrug you off about what's wrong with your car.
Or tell you everything that is wrong with your car, even though it's not. That's what happens more often.
But the problem is, even though the doctors can't explain it, sometimes the doctors do the thing of, like, you come out of the conversation where, like, the doctor couldn't figure it out, and they kind of just, like, they checked out at that point, where it's like, I can't help you, I'm going to pass you off to the next person. Well, while you're waiting 3 months for that next thing, you're still having this problem of, like, I'm ticking and I'm trying to learn my sign language, and can I even graduate at this point? And even if I can graduate, now that this is happening and nobody's willing to help me, am I going to be able to start a career? Am I going to get hired? Because if I don't have a notable disability, I can't claim I have a disability, can I? I don't know how that works. And so if you don't have any form of backing whatsoever, it's like, what? And now I'm stuck just not working and not having disability, and now I'm unemployed and I'm SOL. Like, there's still this anguish going on. And then there's also just the range of functionality, whether or not it's your ability to focus on schoolwork, or whether or not it's your ability to work, or more frightening, whether or not it's your ability to drive at all. Can I tell the story?
Yeah, go for it.
So, Pony Girl and I were waiting for Collywoggles to come over one evening, and she got there, and then she immediately just broke down into tears, like shaking and sobbing. And what had happened was,
I closed my eyes on the road, like while I was driving, multiple times.
And like the risk of being on the freeway and crashing, or being stuck in a Tic Attack, or not being able to pull over, or some other terrifying fear of what's going on. Like, yeah, I don't think I have to explain that anymore for you to be able to picture what that must be like.
I got scared.
Of course you got scared. I suppose if you want to find out what that's like, actually don't.
Please don't.
But don't. But the best comparison I could think of is, like, have you ever tried to, like, change shirts while driving? Like, I'm really warm, I'm gonna just take my pull off hoodie real quick, and then you do this thing and you have that moment where you're like, I have it all positioned, now it needs to come over my head, and you're like, you do it wrong, and you're like, oh my god, I made a horrible choice. My doctor's going through a little, maybe I haven't, I don't know.
I plead the fifth.
I don't think there's much more to talk about with that part of.
Oh, there's another stigma with Tourette's, that's why
we'll get into stigma next.
No, it's why it was hard to get diagnosed.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm not a kid.
Yes.
So many people. I tried to go to so many different neurologists, and half of them were like, "Oh, you're not a kid, so we won't take you."
Or you're not a kid, so it can't be Tourette's. Back to that textbook thing at the beginning, where it's normally seen as a neurodevelopmental, which means the developing brain of a child.
Yeah. So there is a specialty clinic that I really wanted to go to because they were a specialty clinic,
Mm-hmm.
but I wasn't a kid, so they wouldn't take me. There was another clinic that I really wanted to go to, but they weren't taking general neurology patients, which I don't understand what that means. You're a neurology clinic.
They may be specializing in very specific neurological things, but if you don't have a clear diagnosis, it's like, oh yeah, we'll send you to the dementia team, or we'll send you to the Alzheimer's team, or
Yeah. So it was really hard to just find someone who would see me just because I wasn't a kid.
I will defend the field just a hair on this one though. You can't.
I'm just kidding.
Well, there is the truth of like when they turn. Unfortunately, yes. When you go to a Tourette's specialty clinic, or you're going to go to somebody who works in those kind of things, and they turn you away because you're not a kid, some of it is because is this attitude of like, oh, it can't be Tourette's because you're not a kid, which is super invalidating, and being like, well, I don't know what you're experiencing, but it's totally not what you think you're experiencing. It's like, well, you don't live what I live. But there is also something to be said about the fact that they are specialized with working with children, and it is outside of their scope of practice, ethically and legally, to be able to serve somebody as an adult. It'd be like going to a pediatrician as a 50-year-old man. I'm not 50 years old man, that's not what I was saying. But like if I was going to go to a doctor and the only person available specialized in like infants to 4 years old, then like that person would be doing me a disservice to think that he could actually serve me. And so if you are a professional and you're used to working with a pediatric group of, age bracket of 6 to 12, having somebody come in as an adult at 22, your scope of practice and knowledge, it may be unethical for you to go ahead and be like, oh yeah, I can totally take you on. So there is that to be considered as well.
Fear.
However, it is, at least in the mental health field, and I can only imagine it's true in the medical field, it is also unethical not to give referrals and give somebody options and ability to find the help that they need, because they've already sought you out as a caretaker. So it's a lot of that kind of dance. But unfortunately, if you keep getting bounced around over and over and be like, hey, have you seen so and so? Yeah, they sent me to you, and like, oh, okay, that causes problems too.
There's also, this is more just for me, but there's also one clinic that I would refuse to go to because I had been there a few times and they never took me seriously. So I wasn't going to pay the money to go again and have them not take me seriously again. So there's also that.
Yeah, that's kind of the challenge of a few times of sometimes when you seek a professional, we're getting better into this transition of like a collaborative effort where the doctor will treat you as an equal, and this is hey, let's sit down, I have some information, you have a life experience, and we'll talk, here's some options and stuff, and what do you think, and you have a dialogue. And I think that's where things are going now. However, there still is that old school thing of like the doctor or the therapist coming in and being like, I'm an authority because I went to school for this, and I don't care what you think is going on. What I say goes, and bye. I don't see what the problem is, and I'm gonna just ignore any of your input because because I'm the one with the degree, not you.
The neurologist I did finally end up seeing really nice.
Yeah, and so, but when was the first time you went to a doctor for your tics?
Well, the first doctor I went to was just my general doctor.
Okay.
And it was when they first started, and she took the initiative to be like, this medication sometimes causes tics. Let's try this one.
Mm-hmm.
So she did everything that she could from her end, and then her office worked with me with getting a referral, because I got a referral to so many different places because they wouldn't even talk to me if I didn't have a referral. So I had to wait for a referral to go through to get the call of like, you're not a kid, bye. So her office was really patient with me. That was really nice.
So when did you first see her?
I don't remember.
You don't even have a month? Was it before or after your internship?
Before.
So then it would have been in 2020.
Yeah.
Did you see her before or after you got vocal tics? Did you have vocal tics at the time? So then you got vocal tics around Thanksgiving, so you probably saw her in December.
Yeah, probably around that time. Because I was also talking to my psychiatrist about it.
Mm-hmm.
And she did the infamous backpedal in my last appointment with her.
So, Collywoggles got, you want to be really technical, she hasn't been officially diagnosed with Tourette's. She's at like, she got like a 98%, yeah, you have Tourette's kind of conversation. She went to a neurology clinic and she got a referral to that, and the person who kind of like does the intake was like, yeah, what you're talking about is you have Tourette's, you have classic, you fit the bill, you textbook perfect explanation. I'm gonna have you see this specialist and she'll look at you. And actually that appointment's Monday, but between having that kind of official stamp from that lady but not yet from the specialist, yes, there's like a 1-2% chance that the lady might be like, well, no, that's actually not Tourette's. But with everything we've been talking about tonight, and with the other lady's confidence right out the gate of like, yeah, this is Tourette's, I would be very shocked if, again, from everything we've talked about for like, we've been at this for several hours now, I would be shocked if they said it was anything but Tourette's, if they didn't just fully agree and like, instead of having that penciled in, just wrote that over with ink. But the point I was getting to was, she first started seeking out care for this in December. She didn't get her diagnosis till the very beginning of June. So this is 7 months of jumping around and going through hoops and trying to go to different professionals. And I know we're talking about Collywoggles' struggle here of getting diagnosed, and this is not meant to be a platform of being like, look what she went through. God, they're so terrible to us. This is my way of filing a complaint. 0 stars on that clinic. But my point is, the point is like realizing that these are the kind of the reasons why getting diagnosed with Tourette's can be difficult, why getting diagnosed with anything might be difficult, why fibromyalgia may be difficult, why MS may initially be, why it's hard to be taken seriously with something that is still kind of a bit of an enigma for even the profession at hand, is this fact of like no one really being able to understand what's going on, and not for a lack of trying and not for a lack of caring, but just because of the limit of human knowledge. And then also to having listened to the Tourette's podcast that's supported by the Tourette's Association, and to listen to other people also have these same stories of like, oh, I had to diagnose myself and I just had to accept that that's what it was, or I've never been officially diagnosed but I fit it, or
my teacher diagnosed me.
Or just jumping around from like having to learn about it and then basically bring the textbook in and be like, no, this is what's happening to my kid kind of thing. We're using Collywoggles as we know Collywoggles, you've met her, you've been here before, or new people, now you have a name and a face kind of thing, is to be like, this is a common struggle that, again, like I said, we're talking about Tourette's here, but this does go bigger than Tourette's, and it encompasses a lot of chronic health conditions, which is why, outside of just being supportive, and I wanted to share this about Collywoggles, person I love, on top of that, it's just like I think this is a really important thing to bring awareness across the board. And so on that note, let's talk about that social stigma experience. And yeah, I heard the groan. I did. And so again, like stigma could be on a one-on-one thing, and it can also be on a social thing. It's the micro to macro scale of what we're experiencing. And again, we're talking specifically about Tourette's, but as we speak about this, if you know people who are experiencing anything else, whether or not they're diagnosed with bipolar and people got judgy about them, whether or not they have schizophrenia and people are now avoiding them because they think that they're going to go, like movie Psycho on them or something, like just like this, the stigma goes towards everything, not just Tourette's, but we are speaking, I think it's a Tourette's syndrome podcast,
not a
stream.
Podcast.
They're not the socks I got you.
No, I don't know how it happened.
Probably because you keep putting your finger in and digging around. It's amazing people's belly buttons don't get bigger. So again, social stigma and the implications. So social stigma, like, come on, Tourette's Tourette's has been a laughing stock statement for the longest time. Like somebody twitches and like, oh, look at that guy, he's got Tourette's. Or there also has been the fear too. Like when I worked in a bookstore for a while. I worked in one of the Barnes and Noble stores, and there was a customer who came in that, in hindsight, looking back, she had Tourette's. And if you ever got too close to her, she would just scream like, "Don't touch me! Stop looking at me!" Without fail, all the time. And of course, we're like, when somebody is loud, shouting, and sudden and disruptive, it triggers a fear response in people. That's totally natural. And so there's a fear to think that maybe those people are dangerous. And some of that comes from misconceptions, and some of it comes from just a lack of psychoeducation, a lack of not knowing. And again, we were becoming a far more accepting society over the years. We're still on that path. We are certainly not there. And some of it's just a lack of exposure. When you see someone that a condition you've never seen before, and you're like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what I'm experiencing. Look, we're all gamers here. I'll give you a comparison. You know, when you're playing a video game and you run into it, you're beefed up. You've been leveling up. You're better than the other creatures on the first few floors. And you get to the new area and you see a new creature and you're like, I don't know what that does. I don't know what happens when I get close to it. I don't know if that's gonna hurt me. I don't. And then you get near it and you activate its behavior, and then it either comes at you or it just totally ignores you, but you're kind of on edge. Like when we run into things we don't know, our guard goes up, our defensiveness goes up. And unfortunately, a way to discharge that, especially in society, is to do an us versus them. And the easiest way to separate us versus them is to minimize them, to make yourself feel better. And so we laugh at things. Like, it's not always done in like a malicious fashion, but we laugh at things. We say, oh, that's it. We do comparisons of like, well, at least I don't have that. Lucky me, I'm not paraplegic. It's like, yes, you are finding a way of reassuring yourself, but by doing that, you are still pushing another person down in order to lift yourself up. And some of that is natural, but it's also like discrimination, racism, bias, sexism, ageism. Like all these things are very natural reactions.
Ableism
are all natural reactions, and you shouldn't feel ashamed for having those reactions. However, this is about developing multicultural sensitivity. Multicultural doesn't mean like people of different ethnic groups. It's people of different types of people. Anywhere you can make a divide between us and them. And developing your awareness of the fact that you have that bias, that when you see someone, you react that certain way. And it's stopping yourself there. And it's saying, I notice that I have this reaction. I notice that I know that it's not founded in reason, and that there's a judgment assigned to it, and I have automatic thoughts that go with it, and I need to put myself in check for that because I don't have the basis or the grounds to do that, and I am categorizing a whole group of people off of either one, fear, ignorance, or an experience I had with a singular person of that population, and I wanted to generalize it to the whole thing. You need to it is this conversation of like accepting the people, being able to look at them and not pigeonhole them in that sort of way of throwing shame on another group of people to defend yourself, or because you think it's okay to laugh about it, because and not to be like we're all snowflakes here, but there is a point between finding jovialness in something and being a dick. There is a line there.
What?
And sometimes that line's right there at the beginning, but you need to be able to make that distinction and be like a model citizen, again, a good human being. And you know if you're that person or not. And probably the people who are self-conscious and like I feel bad, you're on the good side, because that means that you were checking in with yourself and you're like, I see where my pitfalls are and I want to address them. The people who are like, I don't know what they're talking about. Well, one, they're not listening to this anymore. And two, they usually think that they're not doing anything wrong, and that people are making a big deal about this when they shouldn't be. and that's why we have people who are depressed and not getting support or anything else to that extent. And so, but what this causes is this stigma that gets developed, this shaming of the other people, this minimizing them or belittling them and teasing them, and all of that kind of behavior leads to a lot of struggles with things like, I mean, we've already been talking about the misperceptions. We've been covering that this whole time. But what we run into is, on one end, you have the behavioral thing. Is like, how are people going to address that? The natural reaction to shame is to hide yourself. It's to keep it secret and not to disclose it to anyone else. So unfortunately with Tourette's specifically, it's a little hard to hide. It's kind of right out there. It's not like finding out like you've known somebody all along and you find out that they have bipolar and be like, I never knew. It's like, well, I mean, you can't see it. It's an invisible illness. But with something with Tourette's, unfortunately, as much as you would like to keep certain things private, having a person walking down the street, and then like lately, the one that's been kicking up for her is like, fight, fucker. that one's been amusing. And like,
Fight, fucker.
Is that what it took?
Yeah.
Okay, because again, the voice change happened. So when you experience that, you end up, what do? You suppress it as much as you can. You try to hide it. And so, like, when you're in class, you're worried about whether or not other people are going to tease you or make fun of you. We had, here earlier, was talking about teachers hated it, and that they would get almost written up for the fact, or almost get an F on a test because they thought they were talking during class. It's like, no, it's Tourette's. I didn't have control over that.
Yeah.
And whether or not it's just people in your life who don't quite understand or get it. I think this is finally a time for me to talk about me. So no, and like, I don't bring this up because like with people who have any type of an illness, you don't want to be judged by what's on the front cover, right? You don't, like Collywoggles and I mean, to be brutally honest, realistically, if I didn't know her that well and I was just meeting her and she had Tourette's, I probably would have put a personal boundary for myself and been like, I'll get to know her, I will be friendly, but I don't really think a relationship's going to develop out of this. That's just, honestly, that's probably how it would play out. Whereas, as seeing how this has been an element that's developed into the relationship, then it's just like, okay, that's just the thing.
He developed with me.
Yeah. And so a little part of me feels like an insensitive asshole to be like, yeah, if you had Tourette's before we started dating, I never would have dated you. It's like, it's not that I never would have, but it would have been a very quick thing to be like, is that something I want to get involved with or not? And having little kids in my life and not knowing anything about Tourette's, it's probably something I would have been like, pass.
Yeah. And that's understandable. No,
well, if I looked at you, if you're like, hey, if something had developed regardless, it would have developed regardless. I would have gotten to know the you beneath what was going on.
But he didn't like break up with me or anything. Right.
And like if I was on Match.com, I wouldn't be like, if checking boxes of people I'd be interested in, I would be like, Tourette's syndrome, uncheck. I'm not really looking for people specifically who have Tourette's.
I'm also a lot nicer than Jeffrey.
and 3 a.m. Collywoggles.
3 a.m. Collywoggles is brutal.
That's a whole different story. We'll talk about that on a different day. So how many people are at? So
I'm talking for a long time.
No, I know, and I don't care.
Okay.
But I mean, have we really been like dragging it out? I feel like we've been still hitting a lot of really good points. So I don't know why there's the hesitation, because there isn't fear. I think it's more of just a judgment call. But I don't talk about this because, again, front cover kind of thing. But I do have type 1 bipolar.
There's types?
There's type 1 and there's type 2. But we're not talking about bipolar today. We're talking about me. And we're talking about you. But I don't disclose that. And I don't disclose that for a few reasons. Because one, again, earlier in this, I talked about being a creative writer, being diagnosed with bipolar, and then reading a newspaper article put out by the school bashing people with mental illness and going, that's not okay. And now I know if people hear about me, what they're going to think and judge me. I've already seen it in ink. And that was the tone around that time. I've talked to people who've talked about suicide and mental illness and the judgment and being like, those people are terrible, and be like, I already know what the attitude is like. Why would I ever bring it up? And I've had times where I've told other people who I thought were safe people who also shared the illness, and then I felt like they were just gonna like gossip my information out to everyone else and be like, no, that was private, and I told that to you in confidence, and now I don't trust one, I don't trust you, but then I also don't trust the potential next person with that information, and so I just don't bother to share it. Is that a little bit is it shame? I don't know if it's necessarily at this point in my life at age 30. It's not really shame. It's just like this is me, and you're gonna deal with me. And if you have a problem with that, well, I'm not gonna defend myself by being like, oh, I used to have bipolar. No, it's gonna be like, nope, that's who I am. That's all part of the makeup. And quite frankly, if you have an issue with that, I don't care. I don't. I just don't.
That's where I'm headed.
And ultimately, I think that's where a lot of acceptance comes from, is one, working towards acceptance, and time.
Yeah.
But I've also had people who have changed their behavior around me the moment they found out. And
shitty.
Right. I've had a person who I was a coworker with for years, and who's a boss, and then they saw that I was taking my meds. They're like, what do you take your medication for? And of course, I try to find something. I still have a hard time lying, even if it's a white lie. And I also don't like being a person who's just a dick, who's just like, no, your damn business. So at first I'm like, oh, I take it to, I'm like, because I knew the person was like, well, I take it for my mood. And they're like, oh, do you have something? I'm like, yeah, I have bipolar. And the moment I said that, I watched a shift happen in his face, and he was like, oh, well, that explains a lot.
Whoa.
And I'm like, you're the reaction I'm about to give you has nothing to do with bipolar, but I'm ready to shove you in a trash can. And I think that's just flat out justified.
Oh yeah.
And so yeah, I come from an earlier generation than you, where it's like there was a stigma. There's still a stigma, and I've seen it firsthand. And I'm like, I'm not going to toss something out there when it's not necessarily relevant to the situation. And I've also had a person who wasn't the most supportive person in my life look at me and actually say something that's pretty valid, which was, I don't care what's going on with you or what disorder you have or you're experiencing. The rest of the world doesn't care about your actions, and you have to account for the actions you have. And it's like, there's something to be said about the fact that I still need to stay within functional, social, acceptable norms if I am able to. I don't. Right. I need to be able to keep myself in check. That's my responsibility. It's the hope of people supportive in my life to understand why I might be struggling with that. But it is still like,
and to provide support.
Using a thing that you're struggling with as an excuse rather than an explanation. That's the difference. A conversation of the ownership you may have to have over something. But I'm not going to give somebody the opportunity right out the gate to be like, yeah, oh yeah, right out. Hi, day one, nice to meet you. I have bipolar. Let's talk about this. How do you feel about me now? It's and so the reason I bring all this kind of stuff up is the fact that there's this thing of, I am in a position where I can refrain from that, and I can also see that when people get a diagnosis, I like, even in my own family, I've seen people treat me differently in my own family. And if they're overhearing me, that's too bad, and because it's just the truth. I've had people who, after I got diagnosed, they thought it'd be funny to approach me while we're setting up dinner and like pull the knife off from my table and be like, oh, just making sure everything's okay, so we don't know if you need a knife, ha ha ha. And it's like, ha ha, you're an asshole.
I mean, you take knives away from me. Oh, rude.
Yeah, so,
but you're justifiably taking knives from me.
Right. I mean, that's assessing situation for safety given off of what we've seen. Now, if you had told me that was insensitive and you didn't appreciate that, we'd have a conversation about that and be like...
See, I wouldn't appreciate it now because that ticket's come and gone. But, like, at that point, I understood what you did.
Well, yeah, because you were at that point taking a fork and twitching. It was like, if you were half an inch off on your Twitch, you'd have an eye patch now.
Arg.
But I've also had people who I continue to see as like people who think that a chronic illness is something like, oh well, you take medication, so you're over that now. It's like you're thinking that by doing a treatment that it's just going to go away because you're having a problem with it. That's not helping me accept it if you can't accept it. And I know I'm talking about myself and bipolar, but like this all relates immediately to what she's experiencing. So I've had people who, like family members, even overcompensate, be like, oh, I'm just every time I see them, they're like, oh, I'm just so glad that you're doing so well right now. It's like, we don't have to talk about it every single time. This isn't every time we see Gator, is he doing okay? Let's call that out. It's like, just treat me as me. Like, you were doing fine treating me as me the decades up until my diagnoses. Why are we changing the behavior now? And that sounds like self-consciousness on your end, not mine. You have 3 different personality disorder diagnoses.
Have had.
Oh, had. I was going to say, if you have 3, my argument would be more likely than not, you might have 1. But the person was too damn indecisive to really commit. Just saying, so you know, I understand being a bit different. I mean,
Spell.
They've always replaced the previous one. Now, the other challenge, I'm going to do a quick segue here, and then we're going to focus more on Collywoggles and Tourette's again, is that the DSM and mental health diagnoses, they're not meant to say we have everything figured out and there are these different little buckets that we put everybody in, and this one's the depression bucket and this one's the Tourette's bucket.
But I go in multiple buckets.
Right, well,
here, have an arm.
or like, here's the schizophrenia bucket and here's the OCD bucket. Which one do you fall into? Congratulations, that's the sticker you get today, and we'll put that in your, and that's permanently on there. We're gonna tattoo it on. That's not how the DSM is supposed to work. That's just the way culture has ended up working it, where it's like, when we give you a label, you permanently have that label. It's kind of the attitude. The problem is, you may experience and meet criteria for something at one point, but maybe not later on at a different point. And the reason why we have diagnoses is so that we can say, okay, you have this series of symptoms, which we call this thing, the disorder X. And disorder X, from studies we have found that even though this type of weird treatment of let's say sunblock, like this treatment of giving sunblock to the people over here, it doesn't do anything for them. But there's something about the sunblock treatment over here that really works well for diagnosis X, which is what you have. And so being able to separate the population out in that fashion so that you can direct the correct and most effective treatments towards those people, that is why the DSM exists. That's what its purpose is supposed to be. It's not supposed to pigeonhole and categorize and stigmatize everybody on the planet. So I would say towards your personality disorder diagnoses, 1, if it's not effective in leading towards a treatment, then it's not a proper diagnosis. The other thing I would say is, like, I've been working in a DBT clinic, and the thing I've learned is people will come in meeting criteria for borderline personality disorder, which is kind of considered like the scary disorder that everybody is like, oh no, I got to stay away from them, they're borderline. Again, another stigmatized thing. But a person who comes in with borderline disorder may meet criteria that brought them in the door, and that's why they're distressed. And 6 months later, a year later after treatment, because they've been able to improve their symptoms, because they've been able to self-regulate, because they've learned some like life tools and emotional modulation, just some coping skills, because they're able to function better, they may not meet criteria for that anymore. If you were a person who has like a dependent personality disorder, but you find yourself in an extremely supportive relationship, those anxieties may not be present. You may not, for that time and period, meet a criteria for that. It's not supposed to be like, oh yeah, I'm permanently that and we're always going to have to deal with it. Yes, you will always struggle with, we all have our neuroses, we all have our struggles, our weak points and whatnot, but it may not always meet criteria for something. But it's very easy to often just be like, nope, I gave them that diagnosis, we're just going to write them off at that, and we'll just kind of push them off to the side. And part of it is, yes, some things will come into play and they'll go into remission, but because you're already kind of predisposed, they might come into play again, because that's sort of just your tendencies. So all things to kind of keep in mind. Again, even though I do work in the field, don't take my statements as professional advice. They're just kind of observations and things to bring to your practitioners should you have questions or concerns. But coming back to Collywoggles and this experience of the stigma, the first thing that people will do is they'll try to suppress it. And I've heard about this a lot with people who have like Asperger's and other types of like low severity autism, where it's hard for them to pick up social cues, and they have to like mentally focus all day long on like reading a cue, analyzing a cue, not being able to emotionally connect with the cue because they don't pick those social cues up, but being able to analytically look at it and use their intelligence to compensate. And all day long they're trying to work on trying to just fit into the mold, to blend in with society, to be the normal that's kind of expected of everybody, so that they can function, so they can not have confrontation. In much the same way, someone who has Tourette's, if they're not in a supportive environment and they feel that they are going to experience some form of repercussion or obstacle because they're experiencing tics, they're going to suppress it and they're going to push it down. They're going to try to minimize it, whether or not it's because you're with somebody who is a part of your life that doesn't support you and isn't comfortable with it and then makes you feel awkward, or whether or not it's because you're in a class, or whether or not it's because you're at a presentation, you don't want to be disruptive, or you're in a movie theater and you don't want to be disruptive. There are all these different reasons why you may choose to suppress your thing. But ultimately, whether or not you're dealing with Asperger's and autism, or whether or not you're able to push through like social phobias or stuff like that, when you get home and you're in your safe spot, those people are enduring stress all day long, and they hold it in their shoulders and their mind and their fatigue. And when you get home, you have rebound. And so I've seen Collywoggles, like she'll go through a full week, and then I'll see her Friday. She'll come over Friday, and this Friday, lately it hasn't been as bad over the summer because she's kind of between school and her career starting, but I've seen Collywoggles come over Friday. And Friday is just, she pretty much will just, it's just tick, 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 all night long. She'll even be ticking well into the point where she's laying down, and well into the point where she's trying to fall asleep. And that is her rebound from suppressing and being conscious of social stigma all day long. Do you have any other thoughts towards that?
That would happen every day.
Every day after work?
Every day after work. Because the way my boss was, like, every time that he would see me tic, quite often he would take like the opportunity to like pray over me or like talk about it. And so I was always suppressing it at work because I was like, I don't want you doing this anymore. And so then I would get back to my apartment afterwards, and Book Lover was always like in the middle of like a meeting or something, and I would just like come in and it would just be constant.
Yeah, it's kind of that thing of like the tics are still going to be there, and so when you get home and everybody else has that kind of reaction, if you get home, you just like, you drop your bags off and you're like, ah. And when you relax, yeah, then you're like, and the tics can do what they're going to do, and they'll clear up.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you go out and that's what you're dealing with, and you feel like you have to suppress it, like that stages of self-acceptance are tough. And
what the fuck?
The Collywoggles and I have been talking about this, and some of this is my own armchair therapy, but I don't think I'm wrong about what we talked about earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah or no, I'm not wrong, or yeah, you're right?
You're right.
Okay. Is the fact that you have one of two choices, really. You can either treat your illness as, or I don't know if it's an illness, you can treat the disorder as something troublesome and bad that needs to be addressed, treated, minimized, and done away with, as a thing of like, it is terrible to have it in your life. Or you have, your other option is that self-acceptance of saying, this is a part of who I am. I can own that, I can accept that, it's going to do what it's going to do. And ultimately, if there are problems with the outside world, the onus is actually on the outside world, not on me. And that takes, again, that takes a lot of personal fortitude. That takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of energy and a lot of strength to be able to, like, basically be the banner bearer for yourself. And so, how do you do that? And my thesis was actually all about chronic illness. I would see people come into the clinic that I'd be working with who were experiencing fibromyalgia, or they were experiencing Crohn's disease or things like that. And these were people who weren't struggling with emotional regulation problems because they just couldn't, like, cope. There wasn't people who were depressed without any clear explanation, or these weren't people that needed new life skills. These were people who were living a life. They knew what their goals were, they had their plans, and not only did they run into an obstacle, because any obstacle, they're like, I know how to cross that bridge, I know how to hold strong, push through the storm. These were people that hit something that's like, this will never go away, this is now a permanent fixture. What do you do with that? Because that permanent fixture has now changed the course of your life. You may not be able to do what you want to do anymore. You may not be able to interact the way you wanted to before. You might have had a career path that maybe you were actually living, and it's gone now because you blew out your knee, or it's gone now because you've lost vision. And it's like, you don't, looking at the, like, my question was, as a therapist, is like, what do I do to help that person? Because I can't tell somebody, be like, oh, just don't worry about it, or just why don't you just be happy with the little things in your life. It's like, no, that these people have lost meaning, they've lost purpose in their life. And on top of that, if it isn't that, they've lost a sense of who they are, because it's been fundamentally changed on them. And so as I was studying this, I wasn't studying this because Collywoggles had Tourette's, but I was seeing the strong correlation with so much else, including Tourette's, of like, what helps a person heal when treatment's reached its end. And it really comes down to acceptance. It 100%, it's those stages of griefs. It's looking at, going through the anger, of the frustration, going through that bartering phase of like, well, maybe it wouldn't be that bad, or if I could just cope with this part. It's dealing with the denial of like, oh, this is going to go away. Maybe this is just provisional. Maybe maybe, you know what, it won't, it'll go away. It's not what it's not actually Tourette's. It's probably just this thing, or trying to shrug it off as someone else. And it's going through a grieving process of saying like, my God, what if I can't do my career anymore? What, like, and I've lost this thing. What if I can't drive anymore? And coming to the painful reality and grieving of knowing that those may very well be possibilities, or those are possibilities, and that your life has changed. And you need to go through all that so that you can hit a level of acceptance to say, and I've come face to face with that, and it's been hard, and I'm coming to terms with it. And now that I'm really not fighting that reality, and being able to get to a point of being like, this is what this is. The question then becomes like, and now what am I going to do? And I don't mean that like in the hopeless, like now what, I'm hopeless, but like the knowing that this is the platform that I accept, here's where I am. What do I want to do now? Where am I going to find interest? Where am I going to find value? Where am I going to find like self-confidence and pride? Where am I going to find those things again? And where do I build that up from? And all of that stems off of acceptance. And acceptance is a two-part thing. Acceptance is, one, getting acceptance from the people around you, and then the acceptance for yourself. And the thing is, the two of them will do a cyclical thing. So on one end, if you can accept who you are, then when other people see that, then they can accept you too. Or they can go, they can go fly a kite, which I don't know if that's understood across the world as a phrase, but really means that like they can go fuck off. Just to be clear across the board of what that means. But if you're a person who's still struggling with your own acceptance, like what we say in therapy is one of the jobs of a therapist is you hold hope for the other person when they can't or until they're able to. And the same sort of thing is if you can, you need to find people in your life, a support structure of people who accept where you're at, who don't judge you for what you experience, to understand that this is some form of a trial, an obstacle, or a thing to master. And they can see that and they can understand that and they can accept you and the fact that you are on that journey and that you will be there for them because you understand that you're not going to stigmatize them and not judge them. And they understand that if they were in the same boat, they would want you to be the person they're trying to be for you. And when you have those people who can hold that acceptance for you, then it allows you over time to be able to, you know, borrow it and own it, and then be able to develop that sort of like self-assurance for yourself, that new sense of identity and that self-acceptance. And then quite the opposite is when you're in an environment of people who won't give you that support, who have that attitude, that the difference between that difference between this is something that needs to just be like brushed underneath the rug so we don't have to see it again. This has to be one of those things where they look at you and like, okay, well, you took the medication, are you better now? Is it gone? When you have that kind of attitude that you're going up against, if people around you can't accept you, the people around you are like, you are a problem, you have a problem, and you need to get rid of it, and that's because that's bothersome, you're not doing that person any favors. In fact, you're probably the worst person for them to be around because you were just making them feel like shit for something that's out of their control, that is a part of who they are. And if you're not helping them to accept who they are, they're not going to get to that point. And they will always carry shame, and that's going to bring with it depression. It's going to bring with it anxiety. It's going to bring with it social phobia. I'm not here saying that, oh, you have the power to make somebody completely cripple, but I will let you know that you may be contributing a factor because you're an asshole.
Are we getting heated again?
We are getting heated because this is all of what my paper was about. This is what my career is all about, and I don't feel bad about anything that's coming out of my mouth, and I'm not like throwing anybody specific under the bus. If what I'm saying is upsetting you, then you should probably go check yourself and wonder like, why am I upset with this person? And be like, oh, especially if you're really upset, be like, why am I upset with a person that I hunted down on a video gaming platform and had him tell me something that bothered me? It's like, go knit something. I don't care. Go. If I'm not your person, then like, go away, I guess. And there's also just a quick segue. Is there's people who hold an opinion, and they're not going to change. And then there are the people who want to understand and learn, and they hold that kind of opinion. And then there are the people who are open-minded in the middle. And so, like, I'm talking to the people who are either going through this and they're looking for some form of understanding, acceptance, and wanting to know, like, yeah, kind of like a perspective. But I'm also talking to the people who have someone in their life, whether or not it is Tourette's or whether or not it is schizophrenia or schizoaffective or somebody who's dealing with a blown out knee or someone who's dealing with chronic pain of any sort, like somebody to get an understanding of just like, you don't need to know the particulars of specifically of Tourette's, of like what goes on in the brain and whatnot, but like this talks to everybody about like what a person deals with when you ostracize them. Like this list of what we're talking about, I could be talking about the gay community. We're talking about like, oh, if you're around a lot of people who are like, no, these people are bad, we need to put them through conversion therapy and like, you know, convince them to not be gay anymore. Like that was a thing. That was the 90s thing. Like the state of Minnesota and many other states have like fight against make it flat out illegal now. And much like dealing with those kind of identity crises, because it's acceptance and it is an identity crisis too, is trying to assess relationships for safe people that you can come out to, that you can disclose, that you can say, hey, we've known each other for a while, and I know you see this thing. And sometimes when actually what it is I have Tourette's, and so like I tic, and so sometimes I hide it, because there's one lady I listened to who said she has this tic that her hand comes up here, And so what she does is every time she does that, she's just kind of like follows the motion through and like fixes her hair, or like plays with her ear. And so people don't know she has it because she's masking it. So, but it's first step is to, you know, disclose to people that you feel safe with. And then even the degree of disclosure of how much do you tell a person. How much do you tell a stranger in a situation? Collywoggles has talked about this before. Where like, do you have a canned speech ready? At what point do you draw the line between like, I don't really need to explain that. I don't owe that to them or anything. But then when you look at a 14-year-old kid who's just covered in acne, and you're like, haha, pickle face, and then you're like, one, I feel terrible, and two, I feel like that person now deserves an explanation. And there's making that distinction, because you don't want to go around every single day explain to every single person like, hey, hi, just to give you a heads up, like blah 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 blah, here's my life package. But even like Tourette's, and I imagine this was there, we do this with Tourette's, we do this with mental illness, we do this with the LGBT community. There are coming out events and times where the Tourette's, there's actually a Tourette's Awareness Month, and it's weird because it's like the last half of May and the first half of June, which is actually right in the middle of when Collywoggles was getting diagnosed. That is a time.
It's a sign.
That is a time for the Tourette's community to feel that maybe that it's time to come out. Like this, it's like Pride Week, but for Tourette's. And it's this idea of coming out in a safe social environment and saying, hey, I have Tourette's, and talking to people and educating people and things like that. And these are all different things you can do on your path towards acceptance. And one, you do have to assess relationships for safety. You do have to assess whether or not that's a relationship with a loved one, whether or not it's with a friend, whether it's with a friend you don't know that well, whether or not it's co-workers, your boss, or anyone in general. Be very mindful about who, when you start that path of telling people, you do also have to consider the, am I okay with this person trusting this person with this information? Unfortunately, again, Tourette's is one of those disorders that you look at and you're like, fortunately, it kind of calls itself out. Like, Collywoggles might be here like, I really don't want to share, and Jeffrey's over here like, I do. Hey guys, welcome in.
That's exactly what it is.
So, and yeah, that's, I think that, do you have any more thoughts to go with this page?
It's not just a swearing disorder. It's actually quite painful. It's funny sometimes, but it's not always fun.
That actually goes right into the next part too. Actually, we'll skip that one. We'll still do that one. We'll skip to this one. We'll go into this conversation of how to support. So yeah, talk about it. Not about what to support, but like it's not always funny.
It's not always funny. My neck hurts right now just from twitching it a lot. I also have like back there that's not helping, but
probably not.
But everyone's different. I haven't met anybody else like with Tourette's, but it's different for everybody else. Like, support for me could be different for other people. If I say something funny, you can laugh with me. It'll feel more normalizing if you're not looking at me like, what the fuck did you just do?
Or even just walking on eggshells doesn't feel comfortable either.
Like, just be normal. It's like, I haven't changed any. And yeah, just laugh with me. Don't trigger me on purpose.
Now she's reading the list. The one thing I want to bring up about the trigger a person on purpose, that's just across the board. Like, if you know somebody who has trauma history, don't fucking trigger them. If you know somebody with PTSDs, like specifically, and you know what their triggers are, like, do not trigger them.
That's why I hate fireworks on the 4th of July.
Right. Like, we're going to do fireworks to celebrate this country and all its veterans. Meanwhile, every veteran who's experienced PTSD, we're just setting off because of fireworks.
Yeah.
Like,
dumb.
Have we thought? I don't think we've thought this one through.
Yeah.
And one thing that I'm fully guilty of, and some of this is like our growing I'm writing this off as just like not our growing pains, but our journey of learning and accepting, is you don't draw attention to the tics. It's one of those, again, I'm going to go with the sneezing scenario. If you have a person who's sneezing, or if somebody has a sniffly nose, I guess would be another way. Like, they can't do anything about it. They're doing their best to manage it. Like, don't draw attention to it. And also, like, Collywoggles tics get worse when you draw attention to them. If you can just sort of ignore them, like I'm going again with like that sneezing fit, where like if you're talking to somebody and they start sneezing and they get done sneezing and then they pick up the conversation where they left off, would you stop the conversation to talk about their sneezes?
Dude, you just sneezed.
Likely you wouldn't, unless there was something really exceptional about it. Like if I sneezed and I was like, be like, one, yeah, I think that would be grounds for laughing. And two, let's talk about that, because what just happened?
I have moments where people will trigger me, but they don't do it. I keep moving around. My back is starting to hurt. When people will trigger me, but they won't do it on purpose, and it's not necessarily a trigger I've had before. There was one time,
girl.
Gator and I were.
Sorry, I sneezed.
We were
Please don't call attention
We were
to it.
FaceTiming, and I did a tic, and I flipped him off. He didn't know. Did you know it was a tic?
Not the first time I responded, but very quickly thereafter. I'm a little immature.
Oh, a little. Did you just sneeze?
I'm a little immature, so like there's I'm sarcastic, and there are snarky things that pop in my mind. And it's not that I don't have a filter, it's I'm comfortable saying those things for not necessarily shock value, but just to keep things not dry. And so like, so she flicks me off before I even think, like I have a moment where I will react before I consider whether or not it was a tic. So if you flick me off, I might flick you off right back, and then you flick me off again. At that point I can say, did she tic? Or you might actually hit like a very mild like anger response, where I'm like, you flick me off, and I'm like, flick you off, and then you flick me off again, and I'm like, well, fuck you. And then you do it, and then I'm like, and then at that point you're like, stop. And she flicked me off the third time, and she's like, stop, you're triggering me. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
But yeah, we went back and forth. It was like boom, 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 boom. And that's the thing, is he doesn't do it on purpose, and then he feels bad when he does it.
I feel bad when I do it, when I damn well should have known better. There's a difference between if I trigger you, and sometimes I do overcompensate a little bit and ask too many times, like, was that a tic? Was that a tic? Was that a tic? But there are times where I do things and I realize I probably made you tick. We actually had a conversation about this. I think this is an important conversation to talk about, where I looked at her and I was like, I don't at all mean to be an asshole, per se. In terms of being insensitive. However, I do think it's important that I don't fundamentally change who I am because you have a disorder. That's not to mean I'm not insensitive. That's not to mean that I don't care. That's not to mean all these things. But what's important is, yes, I am going to do things that I do believe are probably still going to trigger you. I'm not going to seek them out. I'm not gonna, but if I do something, if I'm at a moment and I'm gonna do something that I'm like, that is 100% a classic Gator thing, that is what Gator would do in that moment, I'm not gonna stop being me because of that.
And I don't want him to either.
Right. And so we talked about that. We're like, do we need to do a little negotiation of like, okay, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm never gonna change who I am and you're just gonna have to deal with it. That wasn't the part of the conversation, but the part was, I'm like, I want to acknowledge and validate what you're going through, and I'm doing as much as I can to be a supportive person, and I want to know that what I'm doing or not doing is still ranging in that supportive range for you, and you feel comfortable. Yet I also want to, at the same time, as being part of a relationship, say that my identity matters too.
I still want you to be the person that you were when we started dating.
Right. And I wanted to make sure that we weren't having this conversation where it's like, I now need to completely change who I am to accommodate you. Because I don't think that's a fair statement towards anyone, period. And And so I think there is a certain level of that grace, having grace towards each other and understanding where each other is coming from. You can't sit down, write that in a hard black and white ruling. It's that gray area. It's that discussion. It's that understanding of hand in hand, we're going to go down this path together and just navigate it. And we are a team, and we're not here to be like, and I did this to you and you did this to me, and you're not. It's the more you can have that open discussion of like, what can I do for you? What needs do you have from me? And then also to being able to have it come back the other way and be like, I can see, are you doing okay? Like, yeah, like she'll hit me. Sometimes she hits me hard and it hurts. Like and like honestly, we've had conversations where I'll look at her and she'll be like, I'm so sorry, and be like, next time hit here, kind of thing. And some of that is joking, and some of that is legit serious. Like there are times where like I'll have my hand on her leg while we're driving, and if my hand's like here and she slaps it, oh my god, that hurts. Take your hand and just without sympathy, just smack that thing as hard as you can. Whereas if I can just be like, hit this side, this side could take it, like things like that. It just
I do something similar with Gator, because I don't know if it's like after your third sneeze where I can go one more time and make him sneeze.
I always sneeze in sets of 3. It's just the law.
And then
it's also always 1 sneeze, 2 sneeze, 3.
And so I started doing this thing where it was like, one more time. And so we talked about it, because there's times when you don't do that. Like if he was upset about something, you don't do it then. If he's in the middle of like ranting about something, you don't do it then either.
And there's also, and I think this equates perfectly to ticking, is don't make me keep sneezing by kind of tricking up my brain, because I don't want to be sneezing. Much like I imagine you don't want to be ticking.
Yeah.
It's kind of a lot of the same. They can't hear you. Actually, that's not true. They can still hear you.
But yeah.
So back to this. We're gonna go back to the screen again, just because we finished going down the bullet points here. But like things that you can do to support, like the other one, what I was talking about was like, it's not drawing attention to the tics. And yeah, so we do spend a lot of time talking about the tics, and some of it is just normalizing, like, what are we experiencing? How's it feel for you? How's it feel for me? How do you want me to react to that? And like getting that understanding. But as we start to get our rhythm, I imagine we're going to reach this point of being able to say, like, the tics don't have to be the conversation. Like the bipolar isn't the conversation. The Tourette's eventually are going to get to the point where the Tourette's aren't the conversation. And some of this is just like us getting our own bearing in the world as to like, how do we navigate this? How do we incorporate this into our life? And once it becomes just like muscle memory rhythm, then at that point in time, it's like, why would we even bother talking about it? It just is what it is. And another thing you can help, and we kind of just touched on this, is just disregard and ignore the tics. I keep going back to that comparison of like when somebody has a sneezing spell, they come right back to the conversation. There's no reason to draw attention to that. If I'm talking to Collywoggles and I'm 100% sure that what she just did was a series of tics, if there isn't any sort of concern of harm that might be befall her, she didn't like have a tic where she just slapped the hell out of her face, like
I've done that.
But if she has a tic where she just snaps a bunch of times and then she keeps talking, or she whistles and she keeps talking, like just doing it out, really.
Also, if you look at me and like, you haven't ticked in a while, that's a challenge.
I'm aware.
It's a 100% challenge.
And so we've had that conversation before. We're like, you're not ticking. You're like, stop talking about it. You're like, okay.
But then like I will bring it up and it's okay, because it's like at the end of the day, be like, I haven't ticked much today. But it's like, if you bring it up, it's a challenge.
Now there is also the thing of, with Collywoggles, one thing that I became aware of early in the relationship is she's doesn't always have insight as to things that are happening to her in terms of like her symptoms or like behavior. And like I see the patterns, and maybe that's from just my training. And so I feel it's important to highlight the things, to be like, hey, I have to go to bed. I hope we catch you next time. All right, Zoe, thank you for being here. And again, if you want to, like, we're kind of on the wind down. We only have one more slide after this, 1.5 slides. But if you want to catch up on the rest of it later, by all means, by the end of you can either come back to the VOD, or by the end of the weekend, I'll have this saved as its own highlight video and probably posted on the Discord. I know this conversation's gotten long. It's actually twice as long as I thought this was going to be. And that's because of you, I guess. Because when I presented this for school, I did this in 45 minutes. The I had went away again. Absolutely, I'm not just I suppose it's almost it's like 1 o'clock for you.
Get
Go
some bed.
Yeah,
Get
get some. You go get some of that bed. God, I love that bed. I'm not ashamed for what I said. Back to this immature thing where I just sort of say things sometimes and don't really think that's totally what we're talking about here.
Night, Zoe.
Oh, that's what I was saying is I want to draw attention to the fact that Collywoggles might not be aware of the fact, or really put the thought into her mind that, like, I haven't been ticking. And then to line it up and be like, I think it's important to have the conversation and the awareness to say, I haven't been ticking, and here are the components in my environment. And I can compare that to, I was ticking really, really bad at this point in time during this day. And this is what's going on. What's different? Because knowing that, being able to do that behavioral analysis is step one, like the awareness is step one towards learning what might be helpful and what might not be helpful. And so, I mean, whether or not you're talking about an elimination diet, to be like, hey, every time I have grapes, I have bad farts, and be like, okay, well, I've noticed that pattern. Maybe I don't want grapes anymore. It's so kind of the same thing. Like, I do bring up to like Collywoggles sometimes, like, hey, you haven't taken, and I know I'm running the risk of bringing it up and causing it. And she has looked at me and been like stop bringing it up every single time. Like, hey, you haven't been ticking, because now, like you said, it's a challenge.
It's a challenge. And
there is the reverse side of like, and it should be, I want to make sure she has that awareness, her self-awareness, because because I want to get her to the point where I don't feel like I need to keep bringing it up, because she'll know, and then she can have a conversation with me and be like, hey, over the last few weeks I've really been monitoring this and thinking about this, and I've actually been seeing this pattern, so I've thought I'd pass that info on. And that's where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah, I know you're coming from a good place. It's just a challenge.
Yeah, I understand that. It kind of goes down to the whole like
don't think of an elephant.
That whole thing of like complex. How does a person clap? Challenge accepted. And again, if you can find support of others in your environment, absolutely. If you can find support, whether it's in a like, if it's going to be,
I'm a ram.
Whether or not, whether or not it's going to be through a Twitch community, whether or not it's going to be other people who have just known you forever and will accept you for who you are, or, and we haven't gotten to this point, and I think this is the next step in our journey, is actually finding a Tourette's community, other people who have Tourette's, to be able to, listening to stories and testimonials, listening to documentaries is one thing, but to actually come face to face with another person experiencing the same thing, I think is going to be quite an experience for you. I don't know if it's going to be
not there yet.
I don't know if that's going to be good or bad.
But you'll be there. Yeah,
I would love to be there for that. Yes, sir. Take her over here, baby. Look at that. You have your first.
Yay!
And so the last thing to bring up, because it's late, and this is actually a fun way to wrap this one up. Back to this whole laughing with and laughing at conversation. There are the things that clearly, things not to say.
We don't even need the video.
But the video's interesting, because you get to listen to other people who have Tourette's be like, this is the absurdity I deal with. And so then it's not just hearing it from us. Actually, let me check to see how long the video is. And if it's under
7:01 a.m., have you gotten any sleep today?
It's 6 minutes long. We're going to go for it. If it was 10 minutes, I would say no. But here is a video, folks, of people with Tourette's talking about the things that are really annoying and unsupportive and invalidating for them to hear from other people.
Let's do it.
So either if you have Tourette's and you can be like, oh, I totally relate with that, or whether or not...
Should we do a put her finger down challenge for everything we've heard?
Sure. And see how many I've heard. Exactly. Let's keep a count. I'll keep a full running count as to how many there are. And Collywoggles, and or anyone else.
Down challenge.
You could do the finger down challenge, so I'll do the finger up challenge.
Okay.
I win!
I win!
All right, so here we go. I'm not gonna mute us for this one because I think this one is
I'm ready.
Do you really think that?
You just need to relax, Ash.
What's it like when you're drunk?
You're so embarrassing!
I haven't heard that one specifically.
Oh, here we go.
no.
This is exactly the one that should be in there 10 times over.
If you really had Tourette's, you'd be swearing. Can't!
Why aren't you swearing?
It's only a small percentage of people with Tourette's actually swear.
Only 10% of people with Tourette's swear.
What proportion of vocal and what proportion of physical?
Most of my tics aren't swear words.
Yeah. You reckon it's half and half?
I reckon half. Come on! Half and half.
There's other vocal tics like echolalia, which is the compulsion to repeat things that you've heard.
The last couple of weeks I've been repeating a lot of like what Conor McGregor says.
Also random words, pasta, lemon.
You have a different one every couple of months.
More common is, I would say, is motor tics.
Stretch my leg out, stretch my arm out.
Just slapping myself across the face.
I hated that one.
Clench my bum, which is awful.
They can get quite painful.
Literally doing these as you're
This is the demonstration.
I was running along and I was screwing up my eyes really tight and the canal path sort of zigzagged a bit and I just ran straight in.
Also, with the bum tic, I'd like to think I've got a more toned bum because I'm like constantly exercising.
I did some jazz hands for a while. I really liked that one because it was so like harmless.
thumbs up, peace, rock.
Dancing around on the spot.
Making me go.
Put your right arm in.
There we are. We'd be really good at that.
You're so embarrassing.
People have called me embarrassing before.
Have they?
Yes. It's not been very nice, to be honest.
Why are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
Have you ever had that?
At school, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, all the time.
Do you think it's embarrassing for you?
It can be embarrassing,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's so awkward.
Think about how it feels for us.
I don't know about embarrassing, but most awkward is obviously shouting bomb on an airplane.
No. Last week where Chinese lady asked me for directions, so I responded in Chinese accent. So it's straight away embarrassed after.
I used to have this one which is, you're a fuckface and I hate you. So it was like a whole sentence.
Mine's just accidentally punching people and
Bomb!
or,
Bomb!
that would have been a good place to end.
I've never heard that one.
Are you mental?
Was that a tic or was that?
I don't know.
I'm a little bit mental, are you?
Yeah, I've been asked it many times. You're mental. Been directly asked, are you mental?
It is a neurological condition, it's not mental health.
It is based in your brain, but it's got the physical aspect as well.
But that's the same case with people with dyslexia, with dyspraxia.
I didn't know this, I thought I was mentally ill.
You might be as well, it's just not necessarily because of the Tourette.
You're just an attention seeker.
You get a lot of unwanted attention when you have Tourette's.
Quite painful actually, because you don't know what's going on yourself.
Lots of people stare at you, like frown at you, back away from you.
I wish I was, so I could stop.
Well, that's exactly the thing, isn't it? Because actually you don't want the attention.
When I go to the theatre or when I have a meeting, the last thing I want to be doing is like, "Ah."
Do you really think that?
So I really hate when
question.
people ask me if I really think what I'm ticking.
Probably may get offended if I was, giving them the one finger salute.
That wasn't really Tourette's, that was just what you were thinking. You thought that guy was a bastard, didn't you? It's like, no.
There's no logic at all.
No.
It just happens.
Really odd.
It's a spillage of uncontrolled verbal stuff that comes out the mouth.
Yeah, once I was by a load of kids, they were on a school trip or something. It's quite funny. I said, you're a little shit, you're a little shit, you're a little shit. But I didn't mind them at all. They were very cute.
Nice little kids.
And I don't want to say it majority of the time, but it's just crosses through my mind.
Yeah.
Whether it's an intrusive thought or whatever.
Yeah, it's an intrusive thought, it's not something you really think.
It's like your Tourette's goes out of its way to mortify you, basically.
You just need to relax.
You telling me that, or?
Yeah, no, that's not good.
God! Well, that's what I think
Fair
it is.
response.
And most people don't understand, you just can't turn it off.
Take a breath.
Yeah. Take
Oh,
a deep
people
breath.
used to say it all the time, just breathe.
Yeah, I mean that does help
I
when
am
you start
breathing.
to panic.
Are we ticking and are we going in their face and they're like, just chill, man, chill.
Yeah.
Chill. I'm like, bro, I can't
It's up
fucking
there
chill.
with like cheer up.
If I relax, I find that my Tourette's is worse.
Yes. I don't tic very much when I'm totally absorbed in something.
You have to find that middle ground of not stressed and not doing anything.
Yeah.
If you can hold it in, that's knackering. Like my 90% of my focus every day is on trying to manage it.
I can suppress them quite a bit from a busy environment, but that obviously has like the negative effect then for when I get back home then, and let them out then and just end up just like a volcano exploding.
It's so funny.
You need to take your meds.
I don't take any meds.
I've never had, you need to take, actually no, yeah, I have.
I mean, like medication does help some people, but it doesn't help other people.
I'm very receptive to medications, which is great.
I'd much rather be myself and tic than not tic and just be a zombie.
But I do hate it, and I would never wish it upon anyone.
But obviously as you get older, I've like found the right balance now.
It might be difficult now, but it's not going to stay difficult. You're going to find a way through and actually come out with the positivity at the end.
It's definitely given me a better understanding into disabilities.
Yeah, exactly.
And understanding and being more understanding.
Tourette's is a part of us, but it's not what makes us tick. Is it a clock?
Isn't it really good? Yeah.
I'm so proud of
See,
yourself.
I've heard other things that weren't in that video.
So yeah, I'll open this up to discussion. What, both if anybody in chat wants to chime in, other things that they've heard
Also,
that's
you know, it
insensitive.
sucks that you're 7 for 7.
Yeah, that, and honestly, like I've been around to hear a lot of this stuff too, going towards her. So the one I do want to argue against, and then we'll start to talk a little bit more about the other ones, is the one about the you just need to relax. I don't think that can necessarily be coming from a wrong place. That sometimes may just be coming from a sense of a lack of understanding of what's going on.
I agree.
Because oftentimes when you see sort of like jitteriness in behavior, like in the beginning, I was mistakenly thinking that, hey, maybe you're tense, maybe you're stressed out, maybe this is anxiety, and that we're seeing play out, and perhaps maybe if we can get you, and when you lay down, it dies out. All these kind of, for a person who is not familiar at that point in time, to me that says maybe what you do need is some form of physical relaxation. Maybe you need something to help calm you to some extent.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
And there's also there is truth in that too. There is truth in the fact that sometimes you do need to relax. Where like when we, again, back to this conversation of like looking at when your tics are the worst and being like, what's causing that? I'm gonna go back to the chatting screen because I don't think we really need the slide for that. But there are times where you look at the situation, and you're like, okay, you're ticking really, really bad right now, more so than normal. It's like, what are the contributing factors for that? What else is going on that might be fueling that? And there may be things in there that something that the way to address that, to bring that down, truly is the baseline of, hey, we need you to relax. We need to get you out of this situation. Like we'll go to the store. Like, I don't know, you may have them in Europe, but like we'll go to Target, or even if we'll go shopping. There comes a point in time when we're shopping where, like in the beginning, we're okay. And then I noticed partway through shopping, about the time we're getting close to wrapping up, maybe 75% of the way through, Collywoggles, her ticking will start to pick up. And yeah, at that point in time, I note the fact that her ticking is picking up, which doesn't help because I've now brought up the fact that you're ticking.
That's so sucky you don't have a target.
But the reason why I bring it up by pointing it out is to be like, I noticed that you're ticking. And I think it's because we've been in this large social environment for such a long time. I think you're done, kind of thing. And like, that's a natural reaction for anybody. And if you go shopping after a while, you're just like, I'm done, I want to go home. And your tics are sometimes the barometer of that. That's the measurement that says, okay, tick, 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 tick. Wrong word. Up. Ping, it's time to go home now. Yeah. I'm at that limit. And once you get past that limit, then your tics start to develop. Norway doesn't have an Amazon store. I don't know if we really have an Amazon store either. We do have distribution centers, but so that was the only one that I would say to put an argument towards. But I think maybe some of where it becomes an insensitive statement is when people are like, dude, just chill out.
Yeah.
I could see that as being maybe what they were addressing, but that's the only one that I would have any sort of like asterisk.
Yeah. I've definitely had moments where people have tried to help me relax in a good way. But one that they didn't have on there that I hear is you're using it as an excuse.
And I think the closest one is I posted on there like you did it on purpose. And again, that's oh, that one, right. You're using it as an excuse.
Or I think you really meant that one.
Yeah, that one came up. They did the do you really think that?
Yeah. And then it gets to the point where it's like, do I really think my sister's a whore? No. Do I really think my roommate's a bitch? No. Do I really think that you're a cunt? No, I don't. So why do you think I do?
I do. And for anybody who doesn't believe that, the easiest example I can get that completely will demonstrate that that's not what's going on is Collywoggles will sometimes, and I've seen this in the documentary too, the one with the 40-year-old mom, is Collywoggles and that mom both do the same thing where they go, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I love you, I hate you, you suck, I love you. It's like, you can't really mean that when you've told me both of them.
I do one where I will say I love you, and then Jeffrey will chime in and be like, she's kidding.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like the you really meant that one, or you're using it as an excuse. My grandma's offered to duct tape my mouth shut.
Do you hear the crickets? Because it's so quiet, I don't even hear the crickets on that one. Oh yeah. No, there's, and really, again, it comes down to the conversation of if people, it's hard to make that separation, but if people are having these reactions and they're making you feel this way, that's actually because they're trying to move their uncomfortability onto you so that they don't have to carry it anymore. When people expect you to explain it to other people so that they don't have to feel awkward be walking around, like I could easily go into a store with Collywoggles the moment she starts taking and be like, I don't know, or like it'd be almost rude of me to try to make myself feel comfortable. That's out her and be like, oh no, she's got Tourette's. Like that's
yeah, because it's not your business,
right? It's not my business to share, even though you are unfortunately broadcasting something you don't want to. It's still ultimately your business. Before we even did this, like I was going to do a presentation on Tourette's generally, and also because people do know that Collywoggles has Tourette's, and it's come up and it's been fairly obvious. But at the same time, like I how many times have I asked you ahead of time if you were okay with all this?
Quite a few.
So like there's the whole approach of like, hey, I want
the portable radio.
The whole thing of being like, are you okay with talking about this? Are you okay with me demonstrating tics? If you feel uncomfortable, I want you to know that it is okay if you want to get up and leave. We've talked about these exit strategies ahead of time, just so that there was that support, so that there was this kind of sense of not like outing her and being like, let's showcase King Kong now.
I've actually realized that I'm coming to acceptance quicker just out of spite. Where like people will,
whatever works, right?
Well, people will be like uncomfortable with it, and I'm like, I'm fine.
It's almost like a personal challenge to be like, you are I'm becoming uncomfortable because you're trying to make me uncomfortable. So what if I own it? Can you?
Yeah.
But yes, there's also the fact of when you start, I love this quote, so we're going to go to it. When you start realizing that you're having this anxiety and not necessarily realizing that this stress is actually caused by a lack of acceptance coming from, or not necessarily getting the exact opposite of like dismissal and judgment, but even just not having acceptance in general. When you start to feel like turning in on yourself and feeling like I feel terrible and I'm broken or other thoughts like that, there comes Sigmund Freud's class quote, which used to be misattributed to Mark Twain. Love it. I'm gonna keep with it. Is like, before you diagnose yourself before you diagnose yourself with depression, make sure that you aren't in fact actually just surrounded by assholes. And this is a lot of what the running thing is realizing that the world's an asshole. Fall into it. And
I need a back rub when we're done.
Okay. And that's the I would say that was the short of it, but that's the short of it. 4.5 hours later. Collie, just be glad you didn't have it as a child. A lot of classmates would not accept someone with Tourette's unless they're friends with you before Tourette's. Yeah. And so the last slide I'm going to leave you with, this is here so that people can see it, but 2, a lot of these are the video references. If you checked out the neurology video, it explains how the neurology works, everything I explained, but it breaks it down into 2 minutes of very dry, monotone voice. SciShow, if you can go into SciShow and look up Tourette's, they'll give you a 5-minute breakdown that just goes super snappy and explains.
Is that with Hank Green?
No, it's not. I don't know who it is. Otherwise, there's the link for the demonstration that we watched, the things not to say. The OCD Foundation, I actually had that for class purpose when I started to explain Tourettic OCD and stuff like that. The 2 main ones though that you haven't seen that I would highlight is the Tourette's Association of America. Like, if you're trying to figure out Tourette's, like that'd probably be the first place to go if you're trying to find informational stuff. They do a lot of virtual seminars that you can sign up for. We haven't sat through any of them, but the other challenge that we run into is Collywoggles as an adult, and the majority of people experiencing Tourette's and that are looking for treatment and education, it's usually children and the family members and the parents of. So a lot of it is geared more towards, helping your adolescent through and integration into school and stuff like that, which they're important, but they're not relevant specific to adulthood. So it's hard to kind of translate that. You can get little snippets that are like, oh, that's of value and that's help. But again, when you're dealing with adult onset, it's a little, the resources are a little bit more limited. However, if you are any age range, adults or a child or parent or family member, the thing that I have found the most helpful has been the Tourette's podcast. And it's hosted by a guy by the name of Ben. Ben himself has Tourette's. He actually started using the Tourette's podcast as his way of coming out and his journey of acceptance. He's been doing it for a few years now. And every week he has on another person, not always, sometimes a specialist, sometimes somebody of a little bit of fame. I don't know if there's been anybody of major fame. However, a lot of times he's just posted and been like, hey, I'm ready to do an episode. I've got free time. Is there anybody available with Tourette's who wants to talk about their journey? And he's had interviews set up that way. It's really, he's trying to just have the conversation, talk about what other people have experienced, the same thing we're doing, but in a 1 hour. But we're filling in a
shorter setting.
Yeah, in a shorter setting. But he's also not doing all this background information all in one sitting. So I've given you pretty much everything we've been able to amass, maybe a helpful message about acceptance. And like, if you want to continue and learn more, or just feel a sense of not being weird or abnormal or broken, like listening to other people's stories, testimonies, interviews, and realizing that these people are intelligent people. They are successful in their careers, of anything from pediatrics to stand-up comedians to wrestlers to scientists and things. Like, Tourette's doesn't have to be like a sentence that says you were shackled here at the moment you got diagnosed and you won't be moving forward in your life. That's like, you can find hope, you can find inspiration, you can find normalization to be able to listen to it and be like, you know what, like for me, I can say I've seen Collywoggles do that, and I can turn around and be like, Collywoggles, I can see that, like, if you listen to this specific episode, I think you'll walk away with some stuff. Do you have any things that you've really walked away from that episodes? I can think of one in particular, but one of the first ones I made you listen to, the one young woman about your age who was talking about like how she deals with people at like coffee shops and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But
it's just it's good to hear like other people with it, because you know, before I got diagnosed, or even before they started happening, I never knew anyone who had even just tics in general. I never knew anyone like that, and most anyone that I saw on the internet was like from the UK. So I had never even heard of an American having Tourette's. So it's just good to hear other people and their stories and like experiencing the same thing that I do, because it makes me feel like
it hasn't been any specific, it's just that general feel going through of having that.
Yeah, it's helped me learn how to deal with it like in public, hearing how other people will deal with it in public, because when I first started, I didn't know how to deal with it. I was like, do I tell everybody that looks at me? Do I just leave it alone? So that was helpful.
It has been kind of weird though, like we've had conversations where we'll run into like, I don't know what to do in this situation, or I feel awkward in this situation, and then shortly thereafter I'll find one of the episodes I come across is like, oh my god, they spoke about this specifically and this is what this person experienced, and I went, yeah, that makes sense, and that comes from a very self-confident perspective. I'd like to, like, Collywoggles listen to that, and then she seems to just implement it into her life. I'm like, I tried that, and I like that idea of carrying myself that way. So it's a great way of learning some advice of what's worked for other people who have the experience. And honestly, like, I think it's definitely worth your time if there's something, if you have a long car ride you normally go on, or if you're a gamer who just does a bunch of grinding and you're not really doing anything important in the game otherwise, and you want to, like, I'll do a lot of mining in Minecraft and then just put in a podcast and listen to an episode or two all night long, because my mind is free. I don't have anything else I could be doing with it.
The thing that's helped me the most, it isn't anything that I've like learned from the podcast, it's just something that I've realized helps me, and it's just laughing at myself. I'm funny.
Sure.
But yeah, just going with it, just laughing with myself.
I think at this point in time, I'm hoping that what we've done today is we've dropped off enough knowledge, and it's a lot, but I hope that we've dropped off enough knowledge in a conversational and casual and easily digestible sort of fashion, that now that you've gotten all the heavy nuts and bolts, going forward from here, maybe you only need to get little snippets of this or that. And that's what I get from the Tourette's podcast when I listen to it. Is when I listen to the Tourette's podcast, usually there's no one episode at this point in time. It's just like this overall body of work where I just hear different things worded different ways, and it makes the brain click on, like, oh yeah, and it just, certain things just stick a little bit, and it's just like a slowly building amount of knowledge. And I've been building my knowledge base now for about 10 months, and I'm glad I'm at a point now that I can say, this is what I know, folks, and I know what my misconceptions were, and now I'm hoping that by sharing this with you, one, hopefully it's clarifying. Two, hopefully I hope that this now is a viable, locatable resource on the internet that somebody could trip across, or that somebody could share with someone else. And if that helps speed up somebody's understanding, or helps speed up somebody's acceptance journey, or even like what to do, or feel like that, you know what, you're in the right place, and that what you're experiencing, this is normal and this is common, and that you're not alone. If any of those messages or reassurances or helpful knowledge is coming your way, then this did what it needed. Hi, you.
Hey.